A warm welcome back to rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy round number 4 and Thailand round number 3. I am your host commentator Vongsapat Kechri, and we will be starting with super heats for the Micro Max and Micro Rookie. So the super heats, one of the most important heats before the big one after the lunch break, which is the final. Drivers will get 2 times the amount of points for the super heat. So yesterday they ran heat number 1 and heat number 2, but the super heat will be valued much more than heats yesterday. So a 10 card grid for the micro super heats, and on your pole position is Chinapat Vejabuti, and lining up next to him is Kalan Delsi in card number 35. Then on the second row is Jun Corrado, followed by Ishan Swarup. And it is Sidavit Siri Thoranako in 5th position, followed by Thantach Yuvasakunkrai. Then the female driver Nutsarang Rang Rusternako, number 9, followed by car number 98 Sirachachong Bangnoi, lining up next to her. And then on the last row we have Siratapat Rapatara Bowong, followed by Arutha and Prabhu. So on the top left of your screen is the 8 red lights, the 2 rows of 4s, a little bit of a bump from car number 89 of Siravit Seri Thoranako, who's eager to get this race started. But here we go. Chinapat Vejabuti controlling the speed of the train and start. Kalan Delsi doesn't get such of a good start. Jun Corrado advances his way into 3rd, and Kalan Delsi about to fall into 4th position. They're 3 wide. And Nutsarang Rang Rusanako is up into P4 at this current moment, fighting it out with Kalan Delsi. She's going to lose it coming into the S. Nutsarang moves into 5th position from 7th. A good start from her. Also Jun Corrado right on the tail end of Chinapat Vejabuti. Jun Corrado had contact in yesterday's heat number 2, so he'll be looking to fight his way forward, especially getting first in the super heat will definitely make his life easier in the final when we combine the points from the 2 heats from yesterday and the super heat. So Kalan Delsi, Jun Corrado's got to give it anything he can. Kalan Delsi has fallen down into 4th from 2nd after a notable bad start from him. Nutsarang has a look behind. Car number 6, Ishan Swarup right there. Ishan, the Indian driver from WK Motorsports, chasing down Nutsarang Rang Rustanako. And car number 89 of Siravit Siri Thoranako is being hunted down now by Kalan Delsi. Nutsarang has a look on the outside. She's going to slot back into the racing line. Kalan Delsi coming out of the 100 eyes. Nutsarang going to go for the move, not quite yet. Nutsarang Rang Rustanako is still on the move. Now currently 5th position. She's going to have a look down the inside, thinks better of it. Kalan Delsi has a look behind. Nutsarang has a look down the inside, and that gap kind of disappeared. She slots back into line. Sirachachong Bangnoi sends it down the inside and gets the move done on, I believe that is car number 99 of Thantach Yuvasakunkrai. Yuvasa tries to look on the inside of turn number 1, and he's going to lose some speed. Has a look behind. He knows car number 56 is there. Now into the middle pack. The race is split into 3 packs. Yuvasakunkrai goes down the inside of car number 56, and that gives Sirachachong Bangnoi a little bit of breathing room. Sirachachong Bangnoi slowly pulling away from the back pack of cars. And the race again is split. Oh, Nutsarang Rang Rustanako had a very, very lucky escape after banging wheels with car number 89, who goes on the grass. car number 89 of Siravit City Thoranako goes off into the grass, falls down 2 positions. Nutsarang Rastanako up into 4th position. She started all the way in 7th. And behind is car number 9. Behind is car number 6, of Ishan Swarup, who follows Nutsarang up into 5th position. And Nutsarang Rastanako just had a moment there with Siravit City Thoranako. Had a lucky escape after banging wheels there. But now car number 98 of Sirachach Ongbangnoy is bringing the group of cars Thanchach Yuvasak Kunkrai and Siri Tapat Rapatara Buawong to chase down. That is Siravit, who has had a moment in T8's last lap around. And Sirachach Ongbangnoy can start to smell the fumes of the cart in front. 4 laps have passed. Nutsarang in 4th position, Ishan Swarup in 5th. The first 2 drivers, Shinapat Vejabuti and Jun Corrado, are gone. And Shinapat Vejabuti has again checked out of the race, but Jun Corrado is still in the pack of cars fighting with Calantelsi. Jun Corrado is right on 2nd position, and Calantelsi can almost have a look down the inside with a very, very close gap between the 2 cars in 2nd and 3rd position. Jun Corrado, quite the aggressor as we've seen so far in this series. Calantelsi going to have a little bit of a look down the inside. Jun Corrado is going to cover it off. And Calantelsi has to slot back behind. Calantelsi maybe going to have a look down the inside into this one. Not quite yet. He's going to probably wait it out. Nutsarang Rastanako and Ishan Swarup slowly closing in 2nd and 3rd position. And Nutsarang Rastanako 3/10 faster than Jun Corrado. And so is Ishan Swarup. So they will be definitely finding their way forward. Jun Corrado knows now he's being hunted down by, first it's not only Calantelsi, but also the 2 cars behind him as well. Jun Corrado's got to get it going. He has a look behind. Not quite yet. Calantelsi has a look behind. Is he going to go for the move? Not quite yet. Jun Corrado is still in 2nd position. Calantelsi pressuring heavily now. And as the laps wind down, Calantelsi will start to look behind, and the bright pink helmet of Nutsarang Rastanako will be slowly getting bigger and bigger. Oh, but here we go. Nutsarang on the defense from Ishan Swarup. She feels some insecurity from the Indian driver. 5 more laps to go, and Jun Corrado is still in front of Calantelsi. He's slowly building a bit of a breathing room, but definitely Nutsarang Rastanako is closing in into the 2 cars from P2 all the way to P5, both in the 58.1s, so close to each other. They're separated by milliseconds. And Calantelsi still chasing down. He's going to have a look down the inside. Here we go. Nope, not quite yet. He's going to wait it out a little bit longer. But here we go now. Calantelsi having a look on the inside. Jun Corrado still having a little bit of a gap. And now the train of 4 carts are joined. But Ishan Swarup seems to be lacking a bit. Oh, Calantelsi on the inside. He takes the move from Jun Corrado. Jun Corrado maybe going to throw one up the inside. Not quite yet. Calantelsi going to go on the defense. Jun Corrado is going to go for the switcheroo. He's going to get a better run on the exit. Calantelsi has to look behind. Jun Corrado not in a gap to dive it in the inside just quite yet. And Calantelsi gets the move done for 2nd position. See now, Jun Corrado's got to play his cards well. He knows he needs a good finish for superheats. But Nutsarang Rasanako definitely very fast in this race. See what Jun Corrado picks to do. Kalantasi goes for the defense. And Jun Corrado almost signaling to go with him. Kalantasi, Jun Corrado not going to go for the move. He's going to try to outrun Ishan Swarup on the inside. He takes fourth position from Nutsarang Rasanaku. Nutsarang going to go for the opposing move. Very side by side from the two drivers. And good space left from Nutsarang Rasanaku and Ishan Swarup. And beautiful driving from the two very young drivers. And Kalantasi is in P2, having a little bit of a breathing room, and behind Sirasha Jongbang Noi, now on the tail end of 89, Siravit Siri Thoranako and Siravit, having a bad exit. He has a poor exit, and Sirasha Jongbang Noi is going to have a look on the inside. And still a squabble in the mid-pack. But up in front, Kalantasi and Jun Corrado being closed in one more time. And that last lap around, Jun Corrado was 1/10 slower. And Ishan Swarup still ahead. Nutsarang on the inside. And Nutsarang has a spin. She just hesitates as Ishan Swarup closes in. And that would be called a disappearing gap. And now it shakes up the order as Tanchash Yuvasa Kunkrai moves up into P6. Sirasha Chongmang Noi falls down to P7. Now actually P8. Final lap. And so your top five is Shirapat Vetributi, followed by Kalantasi in second place, Jun Corrado in third, Ishan Swarup in fourth, and Nutsarang Rasanaku in fifth. Santash Kunkrai. Santash Yuvasa Kunkrai having a bit of a moment into the back straightaway. Santash trying to assert dominance on the back straight, and they were almost 3 wide coming into the 100R. But Sirasha Chongmang Noi has fallen down the order. He's going to have a look down the inside, not quite yet. Here is your race leader. Car number 78 comes around into the final corner. Number 78, Chirapat Vetributi, 5-second lead. He's going to comfortably win it for the superheat in the micro category. Followed by Kalantasi in second place. And then Jun Corrado in third, Ishan Swarup in fourth. Nutsarang comes home to take fifth position after a spin. And Tantash Yuvasa Kunkrai gets Siravit Siri Thoranako at the very end in sixth position. And a little bit of a celebration drift from Chinapat Vetributi as we head into the highlights for Micromax and Micro Rookie Superheat. So that was the highlights for the Micromax and Micro Rookie Super Heats. And your top 5 is Shinapat Vechibuti with a 5.777 lead from Kalan Delsi, Chun Karado in 3rd, Ishan Swarup in 4th, and Nutsarang Rasanaku, our female driver, finishing in 5th. Then it is Tantach Shivasakunkrai in 6th. Sedivit Siri Thoranako, who had a bit of a moment in the first few laps, and he fell into 7th position. And Sedachach Ongmangnoi finds his way into 8th. Now we move on to one of the other most competitive categories, the Minimax and Mini Rookie Super Heats. And on pole position is car number 177. I believe that is Tanarat Vechibuti. Wait, no, on pole position is actually Patapol Galganja Naset. Yes, because you combine the points for heat number 1 and heat number 2, and Patapol Galganja Naset yesterday won both of them. So Patapol Galganja Naset will be on pole position. Then lining up next to him is Tanarat Vechibuti. Then 3rd and 4th is Pirapongpan Satamno and Papasaton Silapat Banlang. Here is Chaikon Minakanith in car number 119. And the driver who was waving to us earlier was car number 114 of Palat Tanjapong. And I would have to say, Patsupo Galganjanaset, very, very smart driving from the young driver. And yesterday he picked his moves very, very well. He waited into the very last second, took a risk, and it paid off. Definitely paid off, because Tanarat Vechibuti did not have the chance to go for the re-overtake. And so Tanarat Vechibuti will be on the outside row. Patapokeo Kanjanaset, your pole man, will be on the inside. And 5-minute board comes up, and Patapokeo Kanjanaset will be the one controlling the speed of the train. And that's the courtesy of being on pole position. You get to choose you get to control the speed of the 2 rows of carts. And you get to accelerate whenever you want, of course, according to regulations, after the yellow line on the track.ไม่น่าโตจากแป้งนะครับน่าจะโตจากโปรตีนนะครับ
คนไม่มีตังค์นมข้นหวานชงไม่โตเลยนมข้นหวานชงนะ
ช่วงที่เรารอเวลาเราทำอะไรดีอ่ะ
เรามีทางแบบรู้สึกว่าเราแล้วคือ
หมายความว่าผมว่าน่าจะมีอะไรมาขั้นระหว่างเดดแอร์นิดนึง
คุณไง
And also to announce, this year we will have our first rotax events at Macau for the next January, and it will be at the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy, which will be hosted in Macau for the first ever year. And It is a one-off event where you can win a ticket to the grand finals. That's obviously what the boys here the drivers here are trying to do as well, win themselves a ticket to compete in the world stage at the grand finals. And interesting to see what will happen in the super heats between Patapol Galganjanasat, Tararat Vetjabuti, and Pirapong Pansatamno. The three carts always running identical lap times, very, very competitive, so close between each other. And Patapol Galganjanasat having a bit of a stretch before we start. Here is cart number 105 of Papasaton Silapat Banlang. And a relatively cool day for Bira Kart Circuit. Yesterday was strikingly hot, and the hotter the track, the more degradation the tires are going to receive. So definitely better temperature today for racing conditions. 1 minute board comes up, and the drivers are now isolated. As we are slowly going to get this one started very, very soon. 30-second board will come up. And Park Ferme will be opened very, very soon. And only 3 rows of carts on today's grid, but you can never count out to see some action happen in the mini category. Janasets finally on pole position. Let's see how he can use his advantage to have a lead in this race. And again, Tararat Vetjabuti, also a very consistent driver. And also Pirapong Pansatamno. Pirapong Pansatamno always on it. And in the previous event, he was actually leading the race as well. So keep an eye on your top 3. Patapol Galganjanasat in the white and red 165 cart. The cart number 177, Tararat Vetjabuti in the Saudi cart. And car number 109, the Singha cart. And the pack is very, very slowly rolling into the formation lap. And I would be faster walking than in the cart at the current moment. And definitely the carburetor will be a little bit too rich on the start for this one. Not sure what they are trying to do, but it will be very interesting to see how this one plays out for the Minimax and Mini Rookie Super Heats. And Patapol Galganjanasat, I think Tararat Vetjabuti is trying to have a better run out of the last corner, and Patapol Galganjanasat having none of it. And Patapol Galganjanasat on throttle, but not a start for the race. And they were basically crawling at that moment. I think my nephew would have been walking faster than the way they were driving into the last corner there. But they will get it one more time. Patapok Janasset on pole position. Tarak Vejabuti lining up next to him. And then Pirapong Pansatamno and Papasaton Silapak Banleng. And definitely these drivers know the start is very, very crucial. Because the top three is split by nothing, the race can definitely be won on the start. And Patapok Janasset again controlling the speed of the train. You see him just dabbing the brakes to control the speed, keeping constant throttle, tapping the brakes to control a steady speed. Again, going very, very slowly for the Mini-Max and Mini-Rookie Superheats. It's good to see of the pole man to control the speed in whatever he likes. And Patapok Janasset squeezing Tarak Vejabuti on the very end. And we are go for the race. And Pirapong Pansatamno has a better start than the outside line. And Chaikon Minakanev comes up into third position as well. Tarak Vejabuti falls into fourth. And Patapok Janasset leading the race. Pirapong Pansatamno in second. And Chirapat Vejabuti sleeping on the start with not such a good run. That's one cart already out. Cart number 105, Papasaton Silapak Banleng. And there's something wrong with his cart as Chaikon Minakanev is being chased down by Tarat Vejabuti. A very great start from Patapok Janasset, already pulling a 3-4 cart length gap from Pirapong Pansatamno. Minakanev going defensive very, very soon on the Tarat Vejabuti. Here's what happened. Nothing between Chaikon Minakanev. Papasaton Silapak Banleng. That's how he pulled off the side of the road. Tarat Vejabuti going down the inside of Chaikon Minakanev. And Chaikon having to let that one go. And Tarat Vejabuti, sets his eyes on Patapok Janasset and Pirapong Pansatamno. And so Patapok Janasset leading now by a very, very comfortable margin. It was 2/10 faster than Pirapong Pansatamno. And again, it is a long 11-lap race. And so Patapok Janasset will definitely have to wait this one out. Already though, pulling half a second lead from P2 and P3. Patapok's gonna have to wish Pirapong Pan is going to defend. Oh, a little bit of a push from Tarat Vejabuti. And Chaikon Minakanev tries to slot one up the inside. He's gonna get it done. Beautiful move from Chaikon Minakanev to throw one up the inside, and Tarat Vejabuti sending one back up the inside, and they swap positions and lose more time on Patapok Janasset and Pirapong Pansatamno. Patapok Janasset having a very big gap from Pirapong Pansatamno. And if we have a gap check this time, definitely going to be over a second at this point. Yes, it is a second and 0.029. Pirapong Pan has a look behind. Tarat Vejabuti still not close enough to make something happen. So car number 109 of Pirapong Pansatamno has a look behind. Car number 177 slowly getting larger and larger every time. Getting closer and closer. Oh, very, very deep on the brakes for Tarat Vejabuti. And he's gaining and gaining on car number 109, Pirapong Pansatamno. And Tarat Vejabuti very fast on the back straightaway. straight line advantage from Tarabat Djibouti, I suppose. On the tail end, he's going to have a look down the inside. Pirapong Pantatamno is going to go the long way around. He's going to go defensive, and Patapokao Ganjanaset will be smiling from this. He knows if the two start fighting behind, Patapokao Ganjanaset will have the run. He will be able to check out from the race. Tarabat Djibouti trying anything he can to stop this from happening. Tarabat Djibouti is going to have to surprise Pirapong Pantatamno with a move. And Pirapong Pantatamno knows where the overtaking spots are. Tarabat Djibouti is going to have to wait for an opportunity. And it starts to present itself right here. Tarabat Djibouti throws one up the inside. Pirapong Pantatamno going to try to go the long way around and squeezing. Chekon Minakanit trying to join this battle too. They run very close to each other, side by side, wheel to wheel, between Chekon Minakanit and Tarabat Djibouti. Pirapong Pantatamno goes defensive. Tarabat Djibouti is trying to find any opportunity to work forward. Oh, Pirapong Pantatamno may have just screwed up here. Tarabat Djibouti on the inside. Chekon Minakanit trying to fight it on the inside too. Pirapong Pan is sent all the way wide. Tarabat Djibouti gets it done. Chekon Minakanit is going to play both of them. Oh, side by side between Chekon Minakanit and Pirapong Pantatamno loses 2 positions in a span of 3 corners. Car number 177, Tarabat Djibouti now in 3rd position. Chekon Minakanit in 4th. Pirapong Pantatamno in 5th. And 6 laps to go. Minimax and Mini Rookie super heats. And 5 laps to go. And Tarabat Djibouti is up into 2nd place. Chekon Minakanit in 3rd. Pirapong Pantatamno falls down to 4th. But Patapokao Ganjanaset already at 3.5 second lead from Tarabat Djibouti. And a comfortable lead from the rest of the pack of cars. Pirapong Pantatamno still chasing down Chekon Minakanit. Pirapong Pantatamno still chasing down Chekon Minakanit. And Pirapong Pantatamno is slowly closing down that gap, and Chekon knows he has to look behind on the back straightaway. Chekon Minakanit still in danger from Pirapong Pantatamno. And Patapokao Ganjanaset and Tarabat Djibouti. The gap has slowly starting to increase more and more each lap. Patapokao Ganjanaset, absolute rocket ship out there on the track. Pirapong Pantatamno has to look down the inside and center bay. He's going to get it done beautifully on Chekon Minakanit. That was a textbook dive bomb move, and he advances his way back up into 3rd position again. 3 laps to go for this race. Patapokao Ganjanaset in P1, Tarabat Djibouti in 2nd. Patapokao Ganjanaset is slowly being wheeled in by Tarabat Djibouti, just barely by 100ths of a second. Tarabat Djibouti is faster than Patapokao Ganjanaset. But car number 165 of Patapokao Ganjanaset definitely going to win without technical issues. Tarabat Djibouti obviously faster than Pirapong Pantatamno and Chekon Minakanit. And 2 laps of racing left. for the dominating 165 Patapol Galganjana set. Comfortable, very comfortable lead. And Tarat Vejabuti, if you check the gap, Tarat Vejabuti's race pace is just a little bit stronger. And that's why I emphasize that the race start is so important. So the Minimax and Mini Rookie Superheat doing a great job to showcase how competitive a small field can be for Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy in Thailand. The final lap board is shown for round number 4 Asia, round number 3 Thailand. And you just see the gap between Patapol Galganjanaset and Tarat Vejabuti closing in. And Tarat Vejabuti on it in the last couple of laps, but it's still not enough. From Patapol Galganjanaset's incredible start. And Tarat Vejabuti again will be on the second row, on the outside row for the final as well. Patapol Galganjanaset probably having the biggest advantage coming into the final, starting on P1 pole position. And the man in the kart 165, Patapol Galganjanaset, the young driver, comes to take home the win for the Super 8, followed by Tarat Vejabuti in second, Chaiko Minakinit in third, Tarat Vejabuti in fourth position, Palat Tanchapong in fifth. And in sixth position is Papasaton Silapat Banlang, who unfortunately does not finish the race after a technical issue. And a beautiful drive from Patapol Galganjanaset. And Tarat Vejabuti was closing in, however, so we'll have to see how this one plays out in the final. Will be interesting to see. But next up is the highlights for the Minimax and Mini Rookie Superheats. So that was the highlights for the Minimax and Mini Rookie Super Heats. And your winner is Patapol Galganjanaset. And the gap actually closed out quite a bit from Tarat Vejabuti to only 2.8 from a 3.5 lead Then in third position is Pirapong Pantatamno. Fourth is Chaiko Minakineth. Fifth is Palat Tantrapong. And a DNF did not finish for Papasaton Silapat Banlang. And then we will have the next category, the juniors, 15 carts on the grid. And I would like to think this is a battle between the novice and the rookies, between the experienced and the aspiring. Panustan Mankong, so many years of experience in the junior category. But the fierce competitors in this category, whether it be Nado M. Japanya in second position, Pansak Somchai in third, or Pumsik Lomajong in fourth, the rookies in this category, can they take down Panustan Mankong? Card number 235, Nado M. Japanya. Behind is card number 264 of Pumsik Lomajong. This is the outside row. On right behind is car number 259, Kitinantapat Munyara Chlakin. Here's car number 269, Nawendase. And here is car number 266 of Vachirawit Chaiprasit. Followed by car number 256 of Kian Cha. Right behind him is car number 234 of Kanpong Ratanakan. Then on the inside row we have, that was Pan Stan Mankong on pole, followed by, this is Pan Saksam Songchai in card number 275. Behind him is card number 215 of Mika Slabat. Followed by card number 258 of Tasmung Siri. Right behind him is card number 233, Shisanapong Po Charantam. Followed by card number 255 of Jamie Ambrose. And card number 212 of Mikhail Parainen. And last but not least is Dayang Abdul Ra bin Dayang Malek. And that was the 3-minute board that was shown. And again, fortunately, a cooler temperature on track. And we're definitely going to see some better racing with cooler temperatures. And we are sat behind, I believe this is car number 234 of Kanpong Charatanakan or Mangkon. And emotions will be high once you're in the cart and you know what you need to do and you just have to get it done. And the 1-minute board comes up. Umbrellas are closed and the mechanics are leaving the drivers. The drivers are now alone in the cart. And that last minute is very important to get in the zone. So make sure you're ready for the race. 30-second board comes up. And on pole position is Panustan Mankong. And start engine board. So here we go. Your front row is Panustan Mankong and Nado M. Japanya. And your second row, Pansaksam Songchai and Pumsik Lomanjong. And your third row is Mika Slabat Francois, followed by Kitsi Nantapat and Tas Mungsiri. And it is now Indase and Chisanapong, followed by the fifth row, Wachirowit Chaipraset, followed by Jamie Ombros. And the sixth row is Kian Shah, followed by Mikhail Rangzaman Parainen. And on the last row is Kanpong Chatraratanakan, followed by Daing Abdul Ra bin Daing Amalek. Here we go, the front row, Panusian Mankong and Nado Imchipanya. Panusian Mankong controlling the speed of the train of carts, and a little bit of a holdback from Mika Slabat Francois, who's going to try to get the jump on the rolling start. Here we go. Panusian Mankong gets the better run, and on the inside was Pansaksam Songchai, who had a bit of a challenge from Nano Imchipanya. And behind is the move, a very, very interesting move from the middle pack. And I believe that is Wachirowit Chaiprasit who falls down the order from that. Kian Shah still trying to find his way. Jamie Ombros very, very aggressive on the start. He dives down the inside. And that is one driver without an exhaust. Panusian Mankong is overtaken, tries to get overtaken by Nado Imchipanya. Nado tries to move him out of the way, and that is definitely one cart without an exhaust. Yep, that is car number 233 of Chisanapong Po Charantam, who's definitely going to lose out that one with his exhaust off. Now out in front, Panusian Mankong still on the defense. Paumse Kromanjong moves his way into second position. And Nado Imchipanya in third. But Panusian Mankong is getting some breathing room from Pumsik Kromanjong. And then right behind is Nado Imchipanya, followed very, very closely by Mika Slabat Francois. And that is the loud exhaust of Chisanapong Pocharantam. A signal from car number 2, I believe that is Kian Shah 256. To move forward. Just signaling with Nawin Dase. And Pansaksam Songchai in fifth at the current moment. Followed by Kitsinen Tapat in sixth position. And Pumsik Panusian Mankong pulling a gap from Pumsik Kromanjong already. 4/10 has been gained in the last lap. The gap is now 0.9. And Pumsik Kromanjong falling from Panusian Mankong. Nado Imchipanya starts to chase down Pumsik Kromanjong. And Mika Slabat Francois still in fourth position, but Pumsik Kromanjong still giving some breathing room from Nado Imchipanya. Here is Jamie Ombros, who starts to work his way forward with Kian Shah. Now when Dase follows through, And Tas Munsri loses 3 positions in a span of a lap. Car number 255, Kian Shah has to look on the inside. And Jamie Umbros is pushed and tuffled. And Jamie Umbros climbing wheels with Kian Shah. Kian Shah gets moved out of the way. And Jamie Umbros in car number 255 is again back into 7th position. There seems to be a little bit of a squabble between Kian Shah and Jamie Umbros at this current moment. And Kian Shah is being chased down by, I believe that is now Wendase. Almost halfway through the race. Your quick rundown of your top 5. Panusen Mankong, who currently also holds the fastest lap, followed by Pumsik Klomajong. And Panusen Mankong 4/10 faster than Pumsik Klomajong and the rest of the cars on the top grid. Then in second position is Pumsik Klomajong. Third, Nado Imchipanya. And Pumsik Klomajong and Nado Imchipanya running similar times. Fourth is Mika Slabat Francois, and actually Pansaksam Songchai faster than all of the 3 cars ahead of him. So maybe we'll get to see some action as he slowly closes in on Mika Slabat Francois. And behind he is followed by car number 259 of Kitsinantapat. And Kitsinantapat started in 6th position and is still in 6th position. And Pansaksam Songchai, we will start to see some action happen as he slowly starts to reel in Mika Slabat Francois. Behind Jamie Umbros, Kian Shah, and now Wendase. Kian Shah slowly moves in on Jamie Umbros one more time. Jamie Umbros did have a little bit of a tap and some encouragement. Oh, and a squeeze from car number 277 of Daing Abdul on Mikhail Parainen. And the cars behind are squabbling for positions. Another race again is split into groups. Harusen Mankong comfortably leading the race. Pumsik Klomajong in 2nd. Nado Imchipanya in 3rd. Mika Slabat Francois in 4th. And then Pansaksam Songchai in 5th position. And Pansaksam Songchai slowly closing in on Mika Slabat Francois. 4 laps to go, and now you can slowly start to see across the screen Pansaksam Songchai closing in and gapping Kitsinantapat. Pansaksam Songchai will have to choose when to go. And I fear Mika Slabat Francois knows Pansaksam Songchai is coming. But in sector 2, Pansaksam Songchai seems to be struggling a bit as he slides the car out of the 100R. And Pansaksam Songchai, a little bit of a mistake on this lap as he starts to lose what he gained previously. Well, that car seems to be very rapid on acceleration for Pansaksam Songchai. Yeah, he's ill there, but not in any distance to make something happen yet on Mika Slabat Francois. And here's where Pansaksam Songchai really gains on the first sector. But he is still going to lose out, coming out of the yes every time on Mika Slabat Francois. And it's almost like they're running different sprocket configurations because out of the slow corners, Mika Slabat seems to be a little bit better on acceleration. While on the high-speed sections, Pansaksam Songchai definitely faster into the front and back straight away. And 2 laps to go left in this race. Pansaksam Songchai going to have to make something happen. Nado Imchipanya still closing in on Pumsik Klamajong. Nado Imchipanya just a tad bit faster than Pumsik Klamajong. But 2 laps left for Nado Imchipanya to try to snatch second place from Pumsik Klamajong. Nado Imchipanya has to look behind. Mika Slabat still very far away, and once you see Nado Imchipanya start looking back, you know he's starting to plan something. Final lap now for the race leader Panusian Mankong. And Nado Imchipanya still chasing now, but here Pansaksam Songchai is still chasing down Mika Slabat. And Pansaksam Songchai was faster than Mika Slabat. But as he reached the cars ahead, his pace slowly dropped. I'm guessing from mistakes being made from the rookie driver Pansaksam Songchai. But here is your race winner for the Superheats coming around the final corner. Stillman Kong in car number 202 will win it for the junior category Superheats, followed by Pumsik Klamajong in second place, Nado Imchipanya in third, Mika Slabat comes home to take fourth from Pansaksam Songchai in fifth, Kitty Nantapat in sixth, JB Umbros in seventh position, Nawin Dase in 8th, Kian Shah in 9th position. But Panusian Mankong is your race winner for Superheats. And now we go into the highlights for this race. So that was the highlights for the Junior Max and Junior Rookie Superheat. And your race winner is Panusian Mankong. And then in second position is Pumsik Lomajong, followed by Nadal Imchipanya in third. Mika Slabat Francois in fourth. Pansaksam Songchai in fifth. Kitsinantapat Bunyarat Kalen in sixth position. Jamie Ambrose finishes in seventh. And now Ndase in eighth position. Next up we have the DD2 Max Masters. And the Superheats is a 4-cut grid. And we'll definitely see the fight between Scott John Howard and Chen Ping Hao. And in yesterday's heat number 2, Chen Ping Hao fighting for the lead of the race with Scott John Howard. A little bit of a contact between the two drivers, and Chen Ping Hao was able to continue the race and came home in fourth position. So what does your two-row grid look like? Scott John Howard in the car number 539. Here is the Australian driver on pole position. Then up next to him is Chen Ping Hao in car number 567 in the OMP suit from Taiwan. Then car number 532 is Ang Yi Tang, followed by car number 578 of Roger Young. So 567 of Chen Ping Hao already ready in his helmet to race. This race will start at 11:37, which is in 7 minutes for the Max DD2 Masters. Yi Tang or Kenny on your screen. Chen นักแข่งจูเนียร์235พบสจวตหน่อยครับเชิญนักแข่งเบอร์235พร้อมผู้ปกครองที่สจวตหน่อยครับขอบคุณครับ And this again is Roger Young and his mechanic. Who is this Roger Young? So a bit of a wait before the start of this one. Kind of a 532 as our cameraman swoops in is Ang Yi Tang. And I would have to say the DD2 Max Masters is the category that I actually love the most when interviewing, because the drivers give such great insight on their race info and how they set up the carts, how they look towards in the weekend, how the weekend is going. All these sort of things are actually quite crucial for both me and also the viewers to quite understand and get a little bit more of a racer's info on the competition And Scott John Howard rocking the Team Australia Grand Finals racing suit. The sun is the sun is now out at Bira Kart Circuit as the track temperatures slowly start to rise. And the DD2 will be the championship fight for only the Asia Trophy. As in Thailand, we don't have the DD2 category just yet. Roger Young suits up into his helmet, and Kenny Young, Tang, the only driver in his kart at this current moment. And different drivers prefer different pre-race rituals. I personally get in the kart and just chill in it for quite some time, but obviously that's not the case for Scott John Howard. Would rather be standing up and a bit more relaxed that way. 3-minute board before the DD2 Max Masters Superheat. So here we go. The drivers are about to climb into their karts. And I believe all except Chen Ping Hao are from Stratos RL. Chen Ping Hao is a privateer in the series. And you can just see the heat waves across the screen as the track temperatures start to warm up. And after the DD2 Max Masters will be the Senior Max and Max Masters. And actually the DD2s will have 15 laps of action. And the Senior Max and Max Masters will also have 15 laps of racing. The 1-minute board comes up. And we are currently stationed behind Roger Young's kart. 30-second board. And actually the DD2s, if you look on into the front axle of Roger Young's kart, is the only rotax series that has front brakes. So obviously with the DD2s you can dive in much deeper with front brakes. Scott John Howard able to control the speed of the train of karts. Actually in DD2 a few years back I saw a very interesting technique on the start. DD2 engines are you are able to put them into neutral, and when one of the guys on pole position, they put their car into neutral and started revving it as they entered the tram lines. And of course, the guy in second thought they were already going. And so the guy in second got a jump start. So some interesting techniques you can use for DD2 Max Masters. Let's see how Scott John Howard plays this one out on the start. Here we go, 2 lines of carts. Roll into the tram lines. 2 rows of 4 red lights are off. And Scott John Howard is comfortably in the lead of the race. Ang Yitang, not the best start, as Roger Young goes into 3rd position. Scott John Howard leading the race. Chen Binghao right there behind Scott John Howard. This has always been the case between the 2 drivers in front. You know, Roger Young been having some issues with his race pace. Let's see if today he can get it under control. Up in front, Scott John Howard still in the lead of the race. Chen Binghao has to look behind. Roger Young very, very far away. Can Chen Binghao make something happen in the superheat? There's Scott John Howard on the front. Chen Binghao still chasing down. And in heat number 2 yesterday, heat number 1 yesterday, Chen Binghao was chasing Scott John Howard a little bit too much, and there wasn't an opportunity that presented itself. So let's see what Chen Binghao can do this time around. Will he go for the pass? But Chen Binghao needs to be a little bit more aggressive to get this done. I don't think Scott John Howard is going to hand it over to him that easily for Chen Binghao, the Taiwanese driver. And Chen Binghao gives the signal to one of the guys on the pit wall. And 13 laps of action left. Scott John Howard in front. Chen Binghao right behind. And Chen Binghao, is he going to able to find an opportunity to send one up the inside? Scott John Howard is still in front. And Chen Binghao in 2nd position. The gap is 0.267. And Chen Binghao still running very identical lap times to Scott John Howard. Roger Young has his hand up. There's something wrong with either him or the kart. Chen Binghao still chasing down Scott John Howard. The gap was 0.267. And we have a check again one more time. It is 0.231. So Chen Binghao still in contention to snatch the superheat race from Scott John Howard. Alright, 6, 7. Chen Binghao going to give it everything he's got, but it's a game of waiting to make sure Chen Binghao is going to get the right opportunity. He's going to wait it out. 11 laps. Chen Binghao's got to manage his tires, his brakes, his well, himself as well, to make sure he's there at the very end to overtake Scott John Howard, but he can't send it up too late. Oh, Scott John Howard goes wide. And Chen Ping Hao is not being able to find an opportunity to make anything happen just yet. 1/3 of the race done already. And Chen Ping Hao still chasing down Scott John Howard. And Scott John Howard is slowly but surely being closed in from Chen Ping Hao. Chen Ping Hao very, very patient in Max DD2 Masters. And kind of a 5-6-7. Chen Ping Hao is still chasing down the race leader, Ang Yi Tang, right behind. And Ang Yi Tang is actually 1/10 faster than Scott John Howard and Chen Ping Hao. And so soon this will be a 3-man fight for the superheats. And the 8 lap laps of racing, and Chen Ping Hao is right on the rear bumper of Scott John Howard. Chen Ping Hao is still right behind Scott John Howard. He's very, very patient, and I fear that maybe he's a little bit too patient, because Chen Ping Hao needs to be a little bit more aggressive to make sure this one gets done. Because definitely Scott John Howard is quite the defender when it comes to the race lead. And Chen Ping Hao is slowly going to get sandwiched by Scott John Howard and Ang Yi Tang if he doesn't pull something off here. And he's always been in contention to overtake for the race win, but he doesn't seem to do anything just yet. He's so close to making a move happen, but still has not committed to the move just yet. He starts to have a look down the inside, however, and that's an improvement. We haven't seen Chen Ping Hao throw one up the inside yet. 6 laps of racing left. And Chen Ping Hao still on the rear bumper of Scott John Howard, and now Ang Yi Tang closing in on the 2 drivers in front. And all in the top 3 have contention to win this race. And so does Roger Young, actually. Roger Young running the same exact lap times. All 4 cars running in the 52.1s. Scott John Howard in front, Chen Ping Hao still behind. And Chen Ping Hao not having a look down the inside. Scott John Howard starts defending now. 2/3 of the race done. Scott John Howard. The gap is less than a 10th between Chen Ping Hao and Scott John Howard. Chen Ping Hao needs to make something happen here. He's got the race pace to win, but if he never commits, nothing's gonna get done. Chen Binghao needs to make something happen. And he's getting sandwiched by Scott John Howard and Ng Yi Tang. Just look how close it to Chen Binghao. I'm not sure if he's being patient or he's not committing yet. Oh, he's going to throw one up the inside. Oh! Scott John Howard covers it off. And you start to see some desires from Chen Binghao to go for the move, but he needs to be a little bit more committed. He needs to very desire to move ahead of Scott John Howard because he needs to commit. He needs to throw one up the inside. He needs to make something happen. And Chen Binghao being slowed down by Scott John Howard. Chen Binghao having more race pace, but he's not being able to commit. He's going to have a look down the inside, and he's not going to commit. 3 more laps to go of racing now. And Scott John Howard knows he just has to block coming into the Mickey Mouse through the right into the left S. And Chen Binghao still on the rear bumper of Scott John Howard. Is he gonna have to look down the inside? Not quite yet. Scott John Howard very deep on the brakes. Scott John Howard starts shifting into a tighter line. Is he gonna have a look down the inside? Not yet as well. And Chen Binghao still chasing down Scott John Howard for 13 laps now. The gap is so close. And Chen Binghao needs to throw one up the inside. Scott John Howard goes defensive into the right and left S. Roger Young has just overtaken Ng Yi Tang. Some communications between the two drivers. As Ng Yi Tang is overtaken by Roger Young. 2 laps of racing left. Chen Binghao slowly being gapped by Scott John Howard at this point. The gap seems to be closing in one more time, however. And final lap now. Chen Binghao is got to make something happen. Scott John Howard is going to go defensive. That's going to give Chen Binghao a little bit more distance to close in. Oh, side by side again. The same thing that happened last time. And Chen Binghao not committing to a move on the inside. He's fast, but still struggles with racecraft for Chen Binghao. Is he going to have a look on the inside of this one? No, not on this one either. And because he didn't commit, Scott John Howard is going to win this one. Chen Binghao is going to try to go for the switcheroo on the final one. And so close coming into the line. But Scott John Howard wins the superheat for Max DD2 Masters. With Chen Binghao in second position, Roger Young in third, and Ng Yi Tang in fourth. And not much of a fight between Scott John Howard and Chen Binghao, as Scott John Howard secured the win. So that was the highlights for the DD2 in the superheat. Scott John Howard wins it from Chen Ping Hao. And in third position is Roger Young and Ang Yi Tang in fourth. And next up, we will have the largest grid of the series, the Senior Max and Max Masters Superheat. And on the front row, on pole position is Luke Armstrong. And in second place is Toby Gale. Third is Austin Gale, followed by Rachra Anantakan. And then fifth position is Panyagona Ramrasamy and Siri Kong Siri in sixth position. Seventh and eighth is Tanapop Warakit Superchok, followed by Daniel Harris Jaggi. And in ninth and 10th position is Dying Ibrahim B. Dying Amalek, followed by Krish Gupta. And in 11th and 12th is Jenny Bibinet and Migat Zulkarnan. And in 13th and 14th position is Zachary Chaichon Boyce, followed by Tanmay Kothari. 15th and 16th is Nishimura Sotomu, followed by Yehonatan Moish. And then 17th and 18th is Harith Zaro O, followed by Crochet Goot. Is car number 348, the one of the female drivers on the grid, Jenny Bibinet. And behind him is car number 3545 of Zachary Boyce. And car number 321, Nishimura Sotomu. Followed by Harith O in car number 353. And we are sat behind, I believe this is, 1 minute board comes up. I believe we are sat behind Yehonatan Mosh. And I believe this is the Indian driver. 32nd board. Luke Armstrong on pole position. Toby Gale in second. Austin Gale right behind Luke Armstrong. The two Gale brothers sandwiching Luke Armstrong on the starting grid. No, behind was actually 367. We were sat behind Krishay Goot. The last driver on the Senior Max and Max Master Superheat. So 15 laps of action. And in the finals, both the Max DD2s and the seniors will be running 20 laps. And I can't lie when I say This is probably the category I'm looking forward most to in the RMC Asia and Thailand. Yeah. Biggest grid and the experienced grid for the Rotax Banks Challenge Asia and Thailand Championship. Again, on your front row, Luke Armstrong and Toby Gale. On your second row is Austin Gale, followed by the 395. Here we go. Luke Armstrong controlling the pace of the grid. Toby Gale on the outside line. Here we go. Lights are out and we're racing. Toby Gale gets the better start on Luke Armstrong. And Toby Gale goes around the outside. Austin Gale still stuck right behind of Luke Armstrong. Toby Gale is in the lead of the race. Luke Armstrong in second. Austin Gale in third. Ratcharat in fourth. Fifth is Panya going around Rasami. 3 wide coming into the left S. And all the drivers are away and clean. Austin Gale right behind Luke Armstrong. And he's going to throw one up the inside. Not quite yet. Luke Armstrong goes on the defense. And Toby Gale is running off into the sunrise at RMCAT circuit in the superheats. Austin Gale goes defensive on Ratcharat and Antakan. And Ratcharat gets the better run on the exit and moves into third position. Austin Gale down into fourth. A bit of a mistake from Austin Gale. A little bit too deep on the brakes coming into turn number 8. And it takes a look behind, pick on around Rasami right behind him as well. And Luke Armstrong getting some breathing room now as he is setting his eyes on Toby Gale. Behind is Austin Gale, who overtakes Ratcharat and Antakan, goes defensive, and Panika Aram Rasami is having a squabble with Ratcharat as well. But Austin Gale moves forward into third position one more time. And now Austin Gale starts to have a bit of a gap from P4. As we look behind, checks the gap, doesn't need to go defensive. Coming into the right S, throw it into the left, a little bit of a lift in the senior cuts. And then into the 100R, also a small lift. Heavy braking zone as you get the cart rotated. Lift again for the left. Slowly applying the throttle onto the back straightaway. Heavy braking zone one more time. Throttle before the apex coming out of the left-hander. Use all of the run-up curb when necessary. Jump the left curb. Tap of the brakes. Roll it into the final corner. Accelerate at the apex. That is a lap around the RMCAT circuit in this layout. Toby Gale has a look behind. Luke Armstrong right there. Luke actually 0.3 faster than Toby Gale. And Luke Armstrong will have a bit of a challenge, I would say, passing Toby Gale. Definitely, we know Toby Gale going defensive to make sure the two Gale brothers up in the front. Toby has a look behind. Luke Armstrong right there. And still, Austin Gale needs to be a little bit further from P4 before Toby Gale starts defending a little bit more. Here's the thing though, it is quite risky to wait it out that long. You don't know when Luke Armstrong is going to be close, and Toby Gale's got a heavy job he's got to do. And Toby Gale is not as fast as Luke Armstrong as well. And Austin Gale needs to be a little bit faster to close in between the two. Last lap around, however, Austin Gale closing in by 0.2. So Toby's got to manage both his race situation and also tried to keep Luke Armstrong behind. 5 laps of racing have passed so far, 10 more to go. And Luke Armstrong in the second position, and slowly being damped a little bit by Toby Gill in this state of the race. And they're running very, very similar times. Austin Gill a little bit faster than P4. Panikan around rest of me chasing down 4th position. And number 328, Daniel Harris Jaggy. And Toby Gill slowly closes in on the race leader, Toby Gill. He is almost 0.2 faster, a 1/10.5 faster than Toby Gill in the last lap. And Luke Armstrong closing in that gap from Toby Gill one more time. And Toby Gill has to look behind. Luke Armstrong still right there. Not in a distance where something can happen just yet. Luke has to be a little bit closer if he wants to go for the overtake. Last lap around, Austin Gill was still 1/10 faster than Toby Gill. Austin Gill actually the fastest man on track so far, 51.548. And he's closing in that gap, a 1/10 a lap. Toby Gill has to look behind. Luke Armstrong still right there. And Austin is within reach now of the top 2 drivers. Toby Gill has a long look behind, not only to see Luke Armstrong, but his brother, Austin Gill, slowly closing in the top 2. Number 323, Toby Gill, is still out in front. Luke Armstrong maintaining that gap as Austin Gill starts to close in more and more on Toby Gill. Austin Gill runs a 51.4, the only driver 0.2 faster than Toby Gill and the fastest man on track. And the 6 laps have passed so far in this race. P4, P5 still having a battle. Here is the squabble for P12 between Diane Ibrahim, Tanapov, Zachary Boyce, Jenny Bibinet, and Nishimura Sotomodu. Nishimura Sotomu. Oh, and that bumper of Zachary Boyce is very, very broken. I must have hit something hard for Zachary Boyce. And a very long chain of carts in the middle pack as Nishimura goes on the inside and pushes Zachary Boyce off the track. And Nishimura takes, I believe that is the 14th position from Zach. And Zachary Boyce goes defensive again on Jenny Bibinet. Again, this is the fight for 15th position. 10 laps to go, 5 laps. Austin Gill last lap was a 10th faster than Toby Gill. So he will be closer and closer as the laps wind down. Panjagan Ram Rasami still chasing down P4. Here is card number 328 of Daniel Harris Jaggi. Fighting it out with not Siri Komsari but Krish Gupta. And if we take a look at the championship standings here for the senior category, so far it is Panjagan Ram Rasami who leads the Thailand championship from Toby Gale by 14 points. But Panjagan Ram Rasami all the way in 5th position, so a better situation for Toby Gale this time around. His brother Austin Gale is trailing behind Panjagan Ram Rasami, the championship leader, by 26 points. So then for the Asian Championship, it is Toby Gale who leads the Asian Championship by 40 points from Panjagan Ram Rasami. So Panjagan Ram Rasami and Toby fighting for both the Thailand and Asian Championship, with Toby leading the Asian one and Panjagan Ram Rasami leading the Thailand Championship. And then for the Thailand Championship, of course, also another contention is Austin Gale in 3rd on the championship. So we has a look behind. Luke Armstrong is still there, but another person behind Luke is now Austin Gale. Austin is closing in on Luke Armstrong, and I fear that Toby Gale is going to have to start defending. He's going to push Luke Armstrong back into the pack. Toby Gale is going to hold on and hold up Luke Armstrong. 2 laps to go in this race. Toby Gale goes defensive. Austin Gale has a look down the inside. Not quite yet. He's not going to go this time around. Austin Gale was almost going to go down the inside of that one. And luckily Luke covered it up in time. Panjagan Ram Rasami moves up into 4th position. And Siri Komsari will be looking to get into some of that action as well. And out in front, Toby Gale still leading the race. Has a look behind. Luke Armstrong right there. Austin Gale in 3rd position. Final lap. Toby Gale goes defensive. Luke Armstrong right there, defending on the inside as well. And Austin Gale, can he make it up into 2nd position? Austin Gale going to try to throw one up the inside if Luke isn't defending. He's going to go down the inside, and that caught Luke a little bit off guard there in the U-turn after the 100R. He knew he was coming, but he went a little bit defensive already, but there was still a bit of a gap. And Austin Gale takes home P2, and Toby Gale in the lead. And Luke Armstrong in the very end falls down into 3rd position. 4th is Panjagan Ram Rasami, and 5th is Ratcharat Anantakan. 6th goes to Siri Komsari. 7th is Daniel Harris Jaggi. 8th is Krish Gupta, followed by Tanmay Kothari and Yehonatan Mosh in 10th position. And here is your race winner, Toby Gale, in the Super Heat. And now we go into the highlights for the Senior Max and Max Masters in the Super Heat. So that was the highlights for Senior Max and Max Masters in the Super Heats, and the two Gill brothers, Toby being in front, Austin in second position, with Luke Armstrong falling into third position. Panyagona Ramarasamy finishes fourth, Rachara Anantakana in fifth, City Kongsuri in sixth, Daniel Harris Jaggi in seventh, and Krish Gupta in eighth position. That is it for the first half of the Sunday rotax Max Challenge event. And after a short lunch break, we'll be joined back around 1 p.m. local time for the final in the Micro Max, Mini Max, Junior Max, DD2, and Senior Max. So I'll see you then at 1 p.m. Thank you so much for tuning in the first half of Sunday. I am Vongsapat Ketsuri, your commentator. We will see you at 1 p.m. not going to go for the move. She's going to have a look down the inside. And the look down the on, I believe that is kind of a nice. out of the 100 eyes. Luch around gonna go for the move. She's gonna have a look down the inside. At the look down the Coming out of the 100 eyes. Looks around, gonna go for the move. She's gonna have a look down. the outside line. Here we go. Lights are out. We're racing. Coming coming out of the 100 eyes. So that was the lunch break for the Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy, and I hope you guys enjoyed the clip montage of all the highlights combined. But now is the real deal, the Micro Max and Micro Rookie final. And on pole position is, of course, Chittapat Vechabuti on the front right row of the grid, followed by Kalan Dalsey in second place. There's Chittapat Vechabuti and Kalan Dalsey having a bit of a chat. Then on the second row is Jun Karato in third position, followed by Ishan Swarup, the Indian driver, followed by Nutsarang Rostunako and Thantaj Yuvasakunkrai in fifth and sixth position. And then Siravit Siri Thoranako, followed by Sirachachong Bagnoy, and Sirachapat, followed by Arutharan Prabhu. Here is Chittapat Vechabuti, your man on pole position in car number 78. And here is Kalan Dalsey, car number 35, in the Max Verstappen helmet, followed by car number 39, Jun Karato, who is not in the car at the current moment. There he is, Jun Karato. And then here is car number 6, Ishan Swarup, the Indian driver from WK Motorsports. And here is car number 9 of Nutsarang Rostunako, the female driver on the grid. And car number 99 is Lantash Yuvasakunkrai in 6th position. He's sleeping already. Make sure you don't sleep at the start, Lantash. Followed by car number 89, Siravit Siri Thoranako. Car number 89, followed by in 8th position is Sirachachong Bagnoy. Car number 98. Then on the last row of the grid, we have car number 56, Siratapat Rapat Rabowong. Car number 56 from DT Motorsports as well, I suppose. And car number 5, Arutharan Prabhu, the other Indian driver from WK Motorsports. So that is your 5 rows of karts in Micro Max and Micro Rookie. And again, Chittapat Vechabuti always so strong in terms of race pace. And it is Kalan Dalsey's job and Jun Karato's to make sure Chittapat doesn't have the easiest of races. But also, we have also seen both Kalan Dalsey and Jun Karato fight it out intensely. So, difficult decisions to make of when to go and when to fight. 5 minutes, board comes up for the Micro Max and Micro Rookie final. And here's Mikael Rangsaman Parainen supporting some of his teammates on the grid. And our race director, Philip Saw, summarized motorsports very, very well. Although you're racing individually, it is much of a team, not a team sport, but a team effort. Driver's got to drive well, cart's got to perform. So therefore, it is a team effort in motorsports, including karting as well. The principle of all motorsports, all four-wheel motorsports, and we would like to believe karting is the purest form of four-wheel motorsports. And no assist, no traction control, no ABS, none of that. It's pure raw driving performance. The 3-minute board comes up. We've got one person still on track that's not a mechanic. That is Warawang from WK Motorsports, the new team that has been recently founded not too long ago. And in this grid, we have Ishan Swarup and Arutharan Prabhu in 4th and 10th position from WK Motorsports as well. And I've just noticed the grid has shifted a little, one grid back from where they are supposed to be. But it will be a rolling start for the Micromax and Micro Rookie final. So where you park doesn't certainly matter that much. 1 minute board now. The final few minutes before the start of the most important race of this weekend for the young racing drivers in the Micromax and Micro Rookie final. So if I had to put my money down, it'll either be Chinapat Vechibuti, Kalan Delsi, or Jin Karato who will take the win, but you always can't count out Ishan Swarup, Nutsarang Rustanako, Thantash Yuvasak Kunkrai, as well as Sidovit Siri Thoranako. The grid is all very close with each other, and it's all about your timing in this race. And Chinapat Vechibuti will get the advantage of being on the pole man to control the speed of the carts rolling into the tram lines. So here we go. On the front row is Chinapat Vechibuti, car number 78, followed by Kalan Delsi, car number 35. On the second row is Jun Karato, followed by Ishan Swarup. Then on the third row is Nutsarang Rung Rustanako, car number 9, followed by Thantash Yuvasak Kunkrai, cart number 99. On the fourth row is Sidovit Siri Thoranako, cart number 89, followed by cart number 98, which is Sidachach Ongbangnoy. Then on the fifth row is Sirit Sapats Rapatarabuwong, followed by Arutharan Prabhu, finishing out your 5 row of carts in Micromax and Micro Rookie final. And I count my money on seeing Jun Corrado send some hand signals. I'm like, there we go, Jun Corrado again sending some hand signals before the start of this one. He's always very upset with how the formation is. But so here we go. Jun Corrado will get the better jump on Kalan Delsi, and on the inside, Chinapat Vechibuti going into first, side by side between Jun Corrado and Kalan Delsi. Jun Corrado points to work forward with Kalan Delsi. And Kalan Delsi seems to still be on the outside. But Jun Corrado gets it done either way. But Chinapat Vechibuti, a very clean start. Behind there's still a squabble in the mid-pack. Oh, 3-4 wide. 3 wide coming into the 100R. And Thantash Yuvasak Kunkrai comes up a few positions. Sidachach Ongbangnoy spins around, gets it going. and contact with another driver. And out in front is still Chirapat Vejabuti, followed by Kalan Delsi in second place. Third place, Jun Corrado. Fourth place, Ishan Swarup. Fifth is Nutsarang Rashanako. And sixth is Thantash Yuvasakunkrai. Here's what happened. Thantash went very deep into the brakes, and on behind, one of the drivers cut in as Sirachash Ongmongnoi was in his line. And the start has been cleared, and the stewards will be looking at that incident between Sirachash Ongmongnoi and I believe that is R.3 and Prabhu as well. But out in front, Chirapat Vejabuti clear by almost a second. Jun Corrado still fighting with Kalan Delsi, and unfortunately for Jun Corrado, Chirapat Vejabuti has had such a good start that now all the drivers will be fighting for second position. Knowing Chirapat Vejabuti's race pace is so fast. Yep, Chirapat Vejabuti already a second and a 10th in the lead of the race. Jun Corrado points forward, telling Ishan Prabhu to work with him. Not sure if Ishan Prabhu is looking to do the same or not. But Chirapat Vejabuti is dominating in this category so fast. A young man, Chirapat Vejabuti from DT Motorsports. Jun Corrado in second place is feeling the pressure from Kalan Delsi. Jun Corrado has the look behind. Will he go into the move? Not quite yet. And Jun Corrado still up ahead. Are nose to nose, tail to tail. Jun Corrado is on the rear bumper of Chirapat Vejabuti. Jun Corrado has the look behind. Kalan Delsi still there. And Jun Corrado goes slower than Chirapat Vejabuti by almost 5/10. Similar time trial between Jun Corrado and Kalan Delsi. Kalan Delsi has a look behind. Jun Corrado, will he go for the defense on this move? Kalan Delsi may look to the inside, not quite yet for Kalan Delsi. A quarter of the way done. Kalan Delsi goes down the inside. And Kalan Delsi points to move forward with Jun Corrado. Not sure what Jun Corrado will do at this point in time. He's gonna trust Kalan Delsi at the moment. Kalan Delsi goes a little wide coming out of turn 8. But all is good so far. And 4 laps have passed. Jun Corrado still in third position. Kalan Delsi moves his way into second in the last lap. Kalan Delsi has a look behind. Jun Corrado is going to go for the pass into the second position. And there is a fight between him and Ishan Prabhu. And Nutsarang Rastanako, Ishan Prabhu sneaks one up the inside. Goes to fourth position for Ishan Prabhu. Ishan Swarup, sorry. Ishan Swarup moves his way into fourth position. Well, actually, Ishan Prabhu is in third position. Kalan Delsi falls down to fourth. Nutsarang Rastanako in fifth position. And Ishan Swarup doing a great job so far. And he had a very sneaky overtake on Kalan Delsi. Kalan Delsi was distracted with Nutsarang's attack. Has a look behind for Kalan Delsi. Nutsarang Rastanako gonna try and snake one up the inside probably for Nutsarang Rastanako. Kalan Delsi, once you start losing momentum in these carts, it's very, very hard to come back one more time. That's why you've got to keep going forward. I think Kalan Delsi had a little bit of a signal to Jun Corrado coming into the S last lap around when Jun Corrado passed. But out in front, car number 89 of Siravit City Thoranako being pressured out by car number 98 of Silla Chachong Bangnoi, and Arutharan Prabhu is still trailing the other two carts ahead of him. And Silla Chachong Bangnoi squeezing and squeezing and pushing. He is right on the rear bumper of cart number 89, Siravit. And cart number 98 of Sirachach. Will he go for the move? When will he go for the move? And I've just noticed car number 98 does not have the lap timer on the steering wheel. I wonder if that's a team strategy, because sometimes drivers do have issues with looking at lap time so much and pushing and making mistakes. Or is it a weight issue? Because the lap timers do cost a few kilograms. I mean, the lighter and closer your cart is to the, down the inside, Sirachach Chongbangnoi. Very brave move, but it didn't pay off just quite yet. And now the cart number 89 of Siri Thoranako knows he's coming. Sirachach Chongbangnoi is still on the attack, as they are slowly closing in on Thanchach Yuvasak Kunkrai. Side by side coming out to 100R, and still not quite the time for Sirachach Chongbangnoi just yet. But definitely Siravit Siri Thoranako holding up a fair fight to Sirachach Chongbangnoi. Sirachach Chongbangnoi has the habit of going for very late lunges. Let's see if he'll give it a shot this time. Not quite yet. Car number 89 of Siravit Siri Thoranako going a little bit tighter line into the last corner, trying to defend position. 4 laps left in this race, and here we have Ishan Swaroop, who is attacking Jun Corrado, or at least getting close to do so. And behind is Kalantelsi, who is being trailed by Nutsarang Rong Rastanako very closely. The car number 39 of Jun Corrado still has a little bit of breathing room. The race is split into 3 pairs, Jun Corrado and Ishan fighting for second position. And then it is Kalantelsi and Nutsarang fighting for 4th and 5th. And Thanchach Yuvasak Kunkrai slowly being closed in by Siravit City Thoranako and Sirachach Chongbangnoi. Here is car number 39 of Jun Corrado being trailed by Nutsarang Rong Rastanako. Cut number 39, still in a relatively safe margin from cut number 6. And you can definitely tell Ishan Swarup is a little bit faster than Jun Corrado. The thing is, I've never seen Ishan Swarup race, so I don't know how is his racecraft, but we will get to see very soon as he's slowly closing in now. He tries to make it a drag race on the front straightaway, and he fakes it out. Jun Corrado is going to go defensive. He's going to have the worst run. He looks to the left, and Ishan Swarup already on the right side. Ishan very close to sneaking up one at the inside. All this racing is slowly pulling Kalantelsi and Nutsarang back into the fight for second position. Here is card number 39 of Jun Corrado and Ishan Swarup. Still not close enough to make anything happen just yet. Finding the right opportunity to pass Jun Corrado. Jun Corrado going slowly, coming out of the eighth corner. But here on screen is Chinapat Vetchibuti. Final lap for the young driver. Oh, a little bit of a tussle coming into the front straightaway. And a bump from Ishan Swarup. And that's how Kalan Delsi is about to get past Ishan Swarup. Kalan Delsi opens his line. And Ishan Swarup unfortunately falls into fourth position. Chinapat Vetchibuti leading by 5 seconds. Jun Corrado and Kalan Delsi still fighting it out. Last lap, here we go. 3 corners left. Jun Corrado has the better run out of the right U-turn coming into the left. Jun Corrado is going to have to defend 2 more times. Jun Corrado might have been defending a little too soon there. But Kalan Delsi is going to go for the switcheroo. Oh, he's going to try to go around the outside. Ishan Swarup side by side with car number 35 of Kalan Delsi. He's still on the outside, Ishan Swarup. And who's going to get it? Oh, and a very, very beautiful move from Ishan Swarup to take third position back. And a very, very smart move from Ishan Swarup. After a fierce fight, Ishan Swarup takes home P3 from Kalan Delsi. And so your quick rundown of your top 5 is Chinapat Vetchibuti, who wins the race from Jun Corrado. And then that beautiful move from Ishan Swarup puts him in third position from Kalan Delsi and Nutsarangrung Rustanako as we go into the highlights. So that was the final highlights for Micromax Micro Rookie. And your winner is Chinapat Vetchibuti, followed by Jun Corrado in second, Ishan Swarup in third position, Kalan Delsi in fourth, and Nutsarangrung Rustanako finishes in P5. And we'll have to run downstairs for the post-race interview with your top 3. So Chinapat Vetchibuti, Jun Corrado, and Ishan Swarup will be in the post-race interview for your top 3 in the micro category. เหมือนนี้
แบบเวลาเราเข้าไปอย่างเงี้ยเราก็ตามเข้าไปด้วยแล้วก็แบบให้เราดูเรียนใช่ไหมเราก็เดินผ่อนเดินกันเราก็นั่งใส่ชุดเดียวเลยที่เขาจะมีก้อนมาแบบมีทีนะแล้วก็แบบแล้วก็คุยแนะนำกันนะว่าคนนี้ชื่ออะไรเราก็รู้
So here is a mini max and mini rookie final. And on the front row is Patapol Galganjanaset, followed by Tanarat Djibouti.
ทำไมไม่มาสัมภาษณ์ฮะทำไมไม่มาสัมภาษณ์ฮะเดี๋ยวรอบหน้าไปดักรอ
Then on the second row is Piropong Pansatamno, followed by Chaiko Amina Kenneth. And on the third row is Papasaton Silapa Banleng, followed by Palat Tanjapong. So your pole man is Patapol Galganjanaset, who drove beautifully throughout the weekend so far. Drove beautifully in yesterday's heat 1s and 2 and also the super heats. So let's see if he can perform today again, because you can never count out Sanarat Djibouti and also Piropong Pansatamno. The 1 minute board comes up. And like usual karting fashion, the mechanics are forced to step away from the kart. And so the drivers are left in their own thoughts and mind to get into the zone for what is to be the most important race of the weekend. So here we go, the Rotax Max Challenge Thailand, Asia and Asia Trophy about to begin for the Mini Max and Mini Rookie final. A 6-cut grid for this category. For the formation lap. So here we go. On the front row is Patapol Galganjanaset, followed by Tanarat Djibouti. That was cut 165 and 177. Here is cut number 109 and 119. Piropong Pansatamno and Chaiko Amina Kenneth. And row number 3 is Papasaton Silapat Baleng and Palat Tanjapong. So here is the formation lap with a 3-row of carts. And Patapol Galganjanaset and Tanarat Djibouti both crawling again into the final of the Mini Max and Mini Rookie. So here we go. Formation lap. 4 red lights on, 4 red lights off. And Patapol Galganjanaset a beautiful start again. But Piropong Pansatamno on the inside. And that was a very close call for Patapol Galgan Janaset. And Tarat Djibouti up into second place. Patapol Galgan Janaset will have to start defending if Peter Pongpan Tatamano isn't going to fight Tarat Djibouti, because Patapol Galgan Janaset was lacking 2/10 in the super heat. But Patapol Galgan Janaset, when I talked to him, he said he made some setup changes. So let's see how they play out in the most important race of this weekend, the final. And here is Patapol Galgan Janaset, goes wide. Tarat Djibouti already side by side. And he goes defensive. Tarat Djibouti is on the chase from Patapol Galgan Janaset. Tarat Djibouti tells Patapol Galgan Janaset, let's move forward together, mate. But Patapol Galgan Janaset having none of it. He's going to go defensive again on Tarat Djibouti. And Peter Pongpan Tatamano in third position, going to try and join the two-player battle for first position. Tarat Djibouti very fast coming on the back straightaway. You can just see that car closing in on Patapol Galgan Janaset from the slipstream. And Patapol Galgan Janaset is going to have to defend for 10 more laps from the fast Tarat Djibouti. Tarat swings into the inside, and Patapol is going to have a worse run. Oh, Tarat Djibouti gets the inside, and he will be on the front in the Minimax Mini Rookie final on the second lap. But the man who was winning all the heats in today and yesterday, can he fight Tarat Djibouti? Tarat doesn't go defensive, but Patapol Galgan Janaset doesn't go for the move either. Patapol Galgan Janaset still patient. Is he going to look down the inside of this one? Nope, he's going to push Tarat Djibouti. Not sure if this is a good decision or not. We'll have to see how this one plays out. Patapol Galgan Janaset and Tarat Djibouti. Patapol seems to be very confident with the race pace he has. But in sector 1 already, Tarat Djibouti pulling a 2-3 card gap from Patapol Galgan Janaset. And behind is card number 119 of Chaiko Aminakanith, having a battle with Papasaton Silapat Banlang. And Tarat Djibouti not going defensive, but every time into sector 2, Peter Pongpan, Patapol Galgan Janaset so close onto that rear bumper of Tarat Djibouti. And they will be fighting in a consistency war to see who can get the better, not only lap time, but average lap times, which is very, very important in a race where two cars are very close with each other. Tarat Djibouti is still in front, and Patapol Galgan Janaset right behind. Into sector 1, we see Tarat Djibouti gapping Patapol Galgan Janaset a little bit more than second place would like. Peter Pongpan Tatamano breaks free from Chaiko Aminakanith, but he's still 5/10 slow. Oh, that is car number 10. That's 105. Not sure what that is. Is that that is 119 of Chaiko Aminakanith. And Patapol Galgan Janaset and Tarat Djibouti very close with each other still. And Patapol may have to play the waiting game one more time. Patapol Galgan Janaset is very confident in the race pace he has. In sector 1, Tarat Djibouti will pull a gap. Coming into sector 2s and 3s, however, Patapol Galgan Janaset is able to close in. Tarat Djibouti in front, Patapol Galgan Janaset right behind. But Patapol Galgan Geneset so deep into the brakes, into the right U-turn. You can see him closing and closing in into sectors 2 and 3. And I believe Patapol Galgan Geneset on a sprocket ratio 1 higher than Tarat Vechabuti. That's why he's getting the better acceleration. But on the top speed, definitely Tarat Vechabuti, who is pulling away into sector 1. Because every time you see the Patapol Galgan Geneset so fast into sectors 2 and 3. But on the straightaway, the front straightaway and the back straightaway, Tarat Vechabuti, once gaining some speed, will pull away from car number 165 of Patapol Galgan Geneset. And Tarat Vechabuti is doing everything he can to run away, but Patapol Galgan Geneset running a very risky race by letting Tarat Vechabuti lead. And the smallest mistakes between the two drivers could cost them the win in the Minimax and Mini Rookie final. But Patapol Galgan Geneset, I reckon, will wait until the final lap to go for a move. But it is quite risky if Tarat Vechabuti starts defending. But then again, if there's a mistake between the two drivers, it could cost them dearly. Halfway mark has been hit, and Tarat Vechabuti starts to gap Patapol Galgan Geneset just a little bit. And Patapol Galgan Geneset can't make any mistakes. Patapol Galgan Geneset running in the same time, 15.5.9s for both drivers. And Tarat Vechabuti, it's a game of focus and consistency, and between the two drivers, Patapol Galgan Geneset is much faster in the corners, but down the straights into the back straight and sector 1, Tarat Vechabuti seems to get the better run out of turn number 1. But Patapol Galgan Geneset still trying to close in the gap that has started to appear. 8 laps left. Has passed, 4 laps left in this race. The gap this time is 0.163. So Patapol Galgan Geneset closer than last lap before by a few thousandths of a second. But Tarat Vechabuti is still very focused in his race as well, not making any mistakes between the two drivers. Patapol Galgan Geneset closing into the rear bumper of Tarat Vechabuti. Tarat Vechabuti getting the better acceleration out of the left U-turn and into turn number 8. Patapol Galgan Geneset will close in on the exit. And it's almost like a game of deja vu. We know who is stronger where, but when will Patapol Galgan Geneset attack? When will Tarat Vechabuti defend? Here is the fight between 114 and 105. Papasaton passes Palat Tanchapong for 4th position. And a nice move from 105 to move into 4th position. Up in front, however, Tarat Vechabuti and Patapol Galgan Geneset still going at it. And you can see across the screen, but here is the fight for 4th position between Papasaton and Palat Tanchapong. Palat Tanchapong sliding, and he's going to lose time on Papasaton Silapat Balang. Oh, down the inside goes Patapol Galgan Geneset, and he gets the move. Beautifully done from Patapol Galgan Geneset. Let's see if it was rightly timed. If it was correctly timed, Tarat Vechabuti should run out of opportunities to pass on the final lap. But a very calculated risk from Patapol Galgan Geneset, and so far it has paid off for the young driver. He goes defensive into the right U-turn now. The gap between Patapol Galgan Geneset and Tarat Vechabuti far enough where Patapol Galgan Geneset can start defending. He knows coming into this part of the track, Tarat Vechabuti is faster. He goes defensive, Tarat Vechibuti is gonna go for the switcheroo. Oh, they almost back wheels, and Patapol Galganjanasa gets it. Actually, it was Tarat Vechibuti who gets back first place final lap now. And Patapol Galganjanasa just a little bit, was it a little bit too soon for Patapol Galganjanasa in the Minimax and Mini Rookie final. Tarat Vechibuti may be able to win this one, but you can't count out Patapol Galganjanasa just yet. We just know how deep he is into the brakes, how fast he is into sectors 2 and 3. Patapol Galganjanasa so close. There will be the fight into the last quarter. And Patapol Galganjanasa right in the slipstream of Tarat Vechibuti, both deploying human DRS. Heavy braking zone coming into the left. Patapol Galganjanasa right there on the rear bumper, but he won't be in time. Tarat Vechibuti is going to win the Minimax and Mini Rookie final for Rotax Max Challenge Asia and Thailand. Patapol Galganjanasa finishes in second position. Pirapong Satamino in third. Papasaton in fourth. Palat Tanjapong in fifth. And Chayakon Minakinet does not finish. But a very great battle between Tarat Vechibuti and Patapol Galganjanasa. A very fair fight between the two drivers ahead. And we will go into the highlights for the Minimax and Mini Rookie final. And a very exciting race, this one, for the Mini category.
โอเค ก็จบการแข่งขันไปแล้วนะครับ กับ Micromax กับ Micro Rookie สำหรับสนามนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับกับผลลัพธ์ที่ได้
ก็โอเคอยู่ครับ ไม่ได้แย่มากครับ
แล้วเรามีการเตรียมตัวยังไงบ้างเพื่อเข้ามาในการแข่งขันรอบนี้
ซ้อมครับ ซ้อมเยอะๆครับ
ทำเยอะๆจากสนามที่แล้วที่เรามีผลงานที่ค่อนข้างโอเค วันนี้คิดว่าขาดอะไรถึงตามธนรัตน์กับตัวพอดีเนี่ยไม่ได้
น่าจะเป็นการที่สตาร์ทออกมาไม่ค่อยดีด้วยครับ แล้วก็เซตรถผิดพลาด
โอเค ขอบคุณมากนะครับ so basically I asked him how did he feel during this race, how did he prep for this race, and basically what was he lacking between him and the top two, and he basically answered that yes, he felt that it was decently okay for the results, but he was lacking a bit during setup, and maybe he has to prep more for practice to get the setup in time. Okay, next up is Patapol Galga Janaset or Porsche DNA, who finished second. ภาษาอังกฤษได้ไหมนิดหน่อยแต่ไม่เอาดีกว่าโอเคก็จบที่2เนาะสำหรับแข่ง Mini Max กับ Mini Rookie รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับผลลัพธ์รอบนี้
ก็เสียใจนิดๆที่แบบเสียใจนิดๆที่แบบแพ้ต้นออกตัวครับ
ก็ตอนออกตัวเราก็ทำได้โอเคนะ แต่ว่าตอนสุดท้ายเราก็รับความเสี่ยงถูกไหม
ใช่ครับ
ก็อยากให้ลองอธิบายหน่อยว่าตอนรอบสุดท้ายเราคิดยังไงบ้างกับการที่ต้องแข่งกับเดย์
ผมก็คิดว่าก็สนุกเป็นการฝึกทักษะไปในตัวครับ
โอเคขอบคุณมากครับอ่ะต่อมาเนาะคือคนที่ชนะของเราน้องเดย์
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับสำหรับการแข่งขันรอบนี้รู้สึกว่าเป็นยังไงบ้าง
รู้สึกดีครับ
รู้สึกดีเราเตรียมเข้ามาในการแข่งขันนี้เราทำยังไงบ้างเพราะว่ารถเราเนี่ยเราดูพร้อมมากเลยทีมเราดูพร้อมมากเลยเราเตรียมยังไงสำหรับการแข่งขันรอบนี้
หาข้อมูลเก่าๆมาเซตรถลองสเตอร์ลองเครื่องลองรายในการขับใหม่ๆครับ
จากที่พี่ดูเนี่ยจากเซกเตอร์1เนี่ยรถเดย์เนี่ยดูเร็วมากเลยแต่วันใน2กับ3เนี่ยรู้สึกว่ายังสู้พอร์ตอาจจะยังไม่ได้หรือเปล่าขอความคิดเห็นในด้านนั้นหน่อย
ก็ไม่รู้
หมายความว่าในเซกเตอร์2กับ3เนี่ยเรารู้สึกว่าโดนพอร์ตไล่เข้ามาไหม
รู้สึกครับ
รู้สึกใช่ไหมแต่ว่าก็ยังไม่รู้ว่าเพราะอะไร
ใช่ครับ
โอเค
อาจจะการขับแล้วก็ยาง
โอเคขอบคุณมากนะครับแล้วก็ยินดีด้วยกับการที่ชนะ so basically I talked to second and third position and for Porsche he basically summarized that he took a risk on the final lap and unfortunately it didn't pay off for him and he's a little bit disappointed but still a really great effort from the young man but the man who won today he basically said he practiced a lot as well and even though he knew that in sectors 2 and 3 he couldn't fight with Porsche DNA he still got the race win so congratulations to Day or Tarat Vet Djibouti for winning the Mini Max and Mini Rookie finalไม่รู้ว่า
The flight of stairs back into the commentary box. We are on for the junior max and junior rookie race with Panusian Mankong on pole position. Followed by cart number 264, Pumsik Lomajong. Then in third position is cart number 235, Nado Im Chipanya. And next is cart number 275 of Pan Saksam Songchai. Here is cart number 215 of Mika Slabat Francois. Followed by cart number 259 of Kittinantapat. Here is cart number 269 of Nawendase, followed by cart number 255 of Jamie Ambrose. Then is cart number 258 of Tasmung Siri in 9th position, followed by cart number 266 of Wachirawet Chaiprasit. Then here is cart number 234 of Kanpong Chotraranatakan. Sorry, Kanpong Chotraratanakan. And here is cart in 12th position, cart number 233, Shishatapong Po Charantam. Then cart number 256 is Kian Shah, followed by cart number 212, Mikael Rangsiman Perainen. And then cart number 277, Daing Abdul Ra bin Daing Amalek, the Malaysian driver. So here we go. The final is about to be on the way for the junior category. One minute board, and the mechanics are forced to leave the drivers. And 30-second board is shown, and Panusian Mankong is lined up next to the up and rising star Pumsik Klomajong. So then on your first row one more time is Panusian Mankong and Pumsik Klomajong. On your second row is Nadal Imjipanya and Pan Saksam Songchai. On your third row is Mika Slabat Francois, followed by Kittinantapat Bunyarat Kalin. Then on the fourth row is Nawendase, followed by Jamie Ambrose. And on the fifth row is Tasmung Siri, followed by Wachirawit Chaiprasit. On the sixth row is Kanpong Chotraratanakan, followed by Chisanapong Po Charantam. On row 7 is Kian Shah, followed by Mikael Rangsiman Perainen. On row number 8 is Daing Abdul Rahman bin Daing Amalek. So your 7 rows of carts. Panusian Mankong controls the speed of the carts, all 15 carts are under Panu Simrankong's control. That is courtesy of the poleman. There's a little bit of a play between accelerating and braking for the pole sitter. And Panu Simrankong will be on the throttle right about now, and the red lights are off. And Nado Imchipanya gets the better run on Pumsi Klomajong. Pumsi goes on the outside. Luckily takes back second place from Nado Imchipanya. Pansaksam Songchai tries to go around the outside of Nado Imchipanya. That doesn't work out for him just quite yet. And up behind, one driver who has come up is a Kitinantapat Bunyarat Kalin. He climbs his way up into 5th position. Tries to send one up the inside. And I believe that is Mika Slabbit. He climbs into 5th position. Kitinantapat in 6th. 7th is Jamie Ambrose. A little bit of contact between Nawendase, Chisarapong, and what I believe that is Tasbung Siri. Chisarapong again trying to signal something. But up in front is Kitinantapat fighting it out with Francois. He gets it done coming into the S. And behind is car number 277. Kanpo dives down the inside. Tasbung Siri cuts off one of the drivers behind him. But out in front, Panu Simrankong already pulling a large gap. And Pumsi Klomajong is left with scraps behind Nado Imchipanya and Pansaksam Songchai. Kian Shah is up in front, Tasbung Siri right behind him. And in the middle pack is still Jamie Ambrose and Mika Slabbit fighting for 5th position. Jamie Ambrose under pressure from Machirowit. Still in behind is, I believe that is Tasbung Siri still fighting with Kian Shah. So much action happening, and Chisarapong goes down the inside of Wachirowit, Chaipusit. And another car goes with him too, Nawendase. Wachirowit is poised to work with me, Nawendase. Let's go get Chisarapong. It's a long 15 laps left. So, not good, Nawendase. Working with Wachirowit will work, we'll have to see. 14 laps of racing left. Wachirowit takes a look behind. Nawendase right there. And in the middle pack is still bunched up, but up in front, Panu Simrankong already almost a 2-second lead from Pumsi Klomajong and Nado Imchipanya at this current stage of the race. Pumsi giving it everything he's got. He's deployed here in DRS. But Pumsi Klomajong is still very much in danger from Nado Imchipanya. And only a 3 to 4 tenth gap between Pumsi Klomajong and Nado Imchipanya. Panu Simrankong already a 2-second lead from Pumsi Klomajong. We would like to see some more action from the front pack, but Panu Simrankong seems to be too dominating to let such thing happen. Chisarapong's going to try to dive it down the inside of Jamie Ambrose. That hasn't worked so far for the Thai driver. Oh, a very deep move on the inside. And the British driver looks behind. Chisarapong still there. Up in front, Mika Slabbit. is still ahead of Jamie Ambrose. Jamie Ambrose goes to the defense. Chisarupong is going to try to go the long way around. Not going to wait for him just quite yet. And right behind is Wachirowit Chaipasit, who is, now when Dase runs into the back of Wachirowit. And now when Dase is now also currently under pressure from Kian Shah. This is the mid-pack fight. And a fight for the lead has not been prevalent, but the fight for fourth is definitely there between Pansaksam Songchai and Kitsinantapat Bunyarak Kalin. It's at card number 259 of Kitsinantapat Bunyarak Kalin closing in on Pansaksam Songchai. Jamie Ambrose is still being pressured from Chisanapong in count number 233. And Portarantam is trying to go down the inside again into the left U-turn, but that hasn't worked for him. And now he's going to give it a little bit more beans. But probably not going to get it this lap just yet for kind of a 233 of Chisanapong. 10 laps of racing left for the Junior Master Junior Rookie Final.
And also his parents as well. Ishan Swarup and the manager for the driver. Please come up to the second floor, please. Thank you very much.
So a little bit of a tussle, but car number 233 of Chisanapong actually gets the move done on car number 255 of Jamie Ambrose. As I was coordinating with race control, car number 264 Pumsik Klomanjong ahead of car number 235 Nado M. Japanya. And Pumsik Klomanjong is in P2. Nado M. Japanya behind. And Pumsik Klomanjong still in a safe position. And halfway through the race already. Panu Stien Man Kong is absolutely dominating again for the Junior Max and Junior Rookie Final. Someone get this man out of here. I'm too tired of seeing him win races for Panu Stien Man Kong in this year's Junior for the both Asia Trophy and Thailand Championship. But the new generation of racers, Pumsik Klomanjong and Nado M. Japanya, still battling it out with Pansaksam Songchai and Kitsinantapat also fighting for their positions as well. The car number 275 of Pan in front of Kitsinantapat. And if we check the gap this time around, it is 3/10-ish. So Kitsinantapat closing in by a mere hundredth of a second. But still not enough to make anything happen. 7 laps to go in this race though. A very long race, this one, for the Junior Max and Junior Rookie Final. And Phumsik Lomajong is ahead of Nano Mjipanya still. The gap is 4/10. Phumsik Lomajong and Nano Mjipanya has run the same identical lap times. 53.657 for Phumsik Lomajong, 53.567 for Nado Mjipanya as well. Cart number 275 is Pansaksam Songchai still chasing down Nado Mjipanya, and here now is the most difficult part of the race. You have to manage tires, you have to manage your pace, but you've also got to make sure the drivers surrounding you, you've got to measure the pace between the drivers surrounding you as well. See, look, Pansaksam Songchai, he needs to manage both his tires, his race pace, his temperatures, but he also has to measure how fast is Nado Mjipanya ahead of me, how fast is Kittinanzapat behind me. It's something you have to do subconsciously as well. Jamie Albros, once overtaken by Chisanapong, is being chased down by Wachira with Chai Prasad as well. So Chai Prasad is on the chase on Jamie Albros for P8. And so car number 266 looks behind, and Wachirowit is gonna go onto the fence, and Kian Shah almost moves car number 266 out of the way. Kian Shah almost topples and pushes, shoves Wachirowit Chai Prasad out of the way. In turn number 8, he looks down to check if his bumpers, if he's got a bumper drop penalty or not. These cars have a penalty system where if your plastic on the bumper moves inwards from hitting the cart in front a little bit too hard, you can get a time penalty for it. And in the middle, Jamie Yombros, still in 8th position. Watch it away, Chai Prasad, who's in 9th position. And Kian Shah chasing down Wachirowit Chai Prasad. And Kian Shah starts to shove Wachirowit Chai Prasad out of the way. Wachirowit knows Kian Shah is right there. He can feel every push, every bump as his car slowly starts to move offline. There we go, Kian Shah absolutely muscles Wachirowit Chai Prasad out of the way. An interesting strategy to try to get ahead, but Kian Shah moves ahead of Wachirowit Chai Prasad into 9th position. Three laps left in the race. Panu Sien Man Kong ahead by an absolute country mile to Phumsik Lomajong. 7 seconds is the gap between Panu Sien Man Kong and Phumsik Lomajong. Panu's best lap was 5/10, half a second faster than Phumsik Lomajong as well. Between Phumsik Lomajong and Nado Mjipanya, however, Nado Mjipanya is still not closing in enough to make something happen yet. And Phumsik Lomajong has ran an incredible race to stay consistent enough where Nado Mjipanya can't catch him. And here's our race leader coming into the final lap. One more lap to go, the final lap for Panu Sien Man Kong. In second and third position, Phumsik Lomajong and Nado Mjipanya. And fourth and fifth is Pansaksam Songchai, followed by Kittinanzapat Bunyarat Karlin. Tian Man Kong. 4 corners left. Heavy braking zone. And Padu Tian Man Kong is so smooth on the steering wheel. He's gonna have only 1 corner left, which separates him from another Junior Max and Junior Rookie final race win. It is going to be the man on Sunday, Padu Tian Man Kong, who wins it for Junior Max and Junior Rookie, followed by Prusit Klomajong in second position. Third position is Zado Imjipanya, and in fourth is Ketin Antapat from Pansan Songchai. Sixth is Mika Slavat, followed by Chisanapong in 7th. 8th is Jamie Ambrose. 9th is Kian Shah, and 10th is Wachetowit. As we go into the highlights of this final.
เร็ว
So we are with
สัมภาษณ์สองคนนะสัมภาษณ์สองคน
this is Pusik Glomajong who finished second in the junior final and I will be interviewing Thai and translating สำหรับการแข่งขันวันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ดีครับ
รู้สึกดีใจพอใจกับการแข่งขันรอบนี้ไหม
พอใจ
ใช่
ค
พอ
รับ
ใช่ใช่
เราทำยังไงบ้างเพื่อเตรียมเข้าการแข่งขันรอบนี้
ซ้อมครับ ลองรถลองเครื่อง
เราหาเซตอัพนานไหมกว่าจะเจอเซตอัพที่ลงตัว แล้วทำให้เราจบโพซิชันในวันนี้
นานอยู่ครับ
แล้วหลังจากการแข่งขันรอบนี้อยากขอบคุณใครบ้างเลย
อยากขอบคุณพ่ออาเดียโอที่มีมูแล้วก็โค้ชทีมครับ
โอเคยินดีด้วยครับ
ใช่พอใช่
This is Pusik Glomajong and he was decently proud of his result in finishing P2 and he said it took a very long time to find the right setup for this track. We'd like to thank the team, the coach and his parents as well. So congratulations for second position. Can we please have Nalo Mchipanya now?
สามคนสัมภาษณ์สามคน
Sure, of course. So we are with Nado Mchipanya for the post-race interview and congratulations in finishing third. How do you feel about this race?
Yeah, I feel it's a fun race. I think I tried my key. Second and first is too fast for me. I was in my case. The reason is no, it is my engine. My engine broke.
Oh, I see. So your main engine broke, and what's the difference between your main engine and this one? Is it much difference?
Yeah, probably 1/10 because like this one has more top speed. Other one is like the middle speed and the first start speed.
I see. Okay, great insight from Nado Mchipanya. And after this race, who do you want to thank?
I'll thank my coach, my parents, my mechanic, everyone who support me. It took a pennies.
Okay, so this is Nado Mchipanya. Thank you so much. And now we have the interview with the race winner, Panu Stian Mankong. First of all, congratulations, Panu. How do you feel about today's result?
I feel great coming in this weekend, putting in a lot of effort in Europe, and then hard work paid off.
How is it different racing in Europe and racing in Thailand? And how do you apply the stuff you learn in Europe to Thailand?
The amount of people in the track and
Is the racecraft different?
it is people just kind of swim around and you can't get away with anything when you're in first place. Too much slipstream, and when you get you can be gone in a lap.
I see. Absolute domination today. You're an absolute rocket ship in this event. How do you feel about winning into this? How do you feel about this race and who would you like to thank as sponsors?
I feel great. Thank you to my parents and White Motorsport, and then Mark Kimber and Callum Bradshaw for making me this good.
and Uncle Roger
And Uncle Roger.
And Uncle Roger.
Yes, hello! So that was the post-race interview with the junior final. And I'll see you at the commentary box for now. I believe this is the D2 Max Masters.
Max DD2 with Scott John Howard on pole position, Ping Hao Chen in second place, Ng Yi Tang in third, and Roger Young in fourth. And there is Scott John Howard on the front row in P1, followed by Ping Hao Chen in second position. And the only privateer in DD2 Max Masters. And third and fourth is Ng Yi Tang, car number 532. And Roger Young, car number 578, who gave me a little bit of a splash in the interview. So then a few minutes separate us from the Max DD2 Masters final. For the championship with the DD2 class, Chen Ping Hao currently leads with 255 points. Then in second position is Roger Young, 252 points. And then in third place is Jeremy Yam, who did not show up anymore for the Asia Trophy round number 4, sorry. And then Ng Yi Tang is in fourth position. Scott John Howard only has 172 points. So the man in contention is Chen Ping Hao, and all he needs to do is finish ahead of Roger Young. So with a little bit of an insight from positions on the race, we get a clearer picture of why Chen Ping Hao did not want to commit for the move on Scott John Howard into the race. So in the front row is Scott John Howard in P1, followed by Chen Ping Hao in second. Third and fourth is Ng Yi Tang and Roger Young. Scott John Howard controlling again the speed of the 4-card grid for the Max DD2 Masters final. Here is Scott John Howard controlling the speed of the train, and it will be a little too fast. And we will get one more time for the Max DD2 final. So Scott John Howard controlling the pace of the grip was a little bit too fast that time around. He was a little bit too impatient on throttle there. Chen Ping Hao couldn't quite keep up. Yes, while the pole man gets the courtesy to control the speed of the train, if it is too absurdly fast or slow, the steward will not give it the green light. So here we go, formation lap. Final for Max DD2. Chen Ping Hao on the outside row, Scott John Howard on the inside. Here we go for the start of the Max DD2. And a goal for the race, even though that was a little bit of a miscommunication. But it is a goal for the race. Roger Young comes into third position, overtakes Ang Yi Tang on the start. And Scott John Howard is in first position, and he is in the prime position to win it in this race. Again, Chen Ping Hao doesn't need to win it. He just needs to finish ahead of Roger Young to further secure his championship and receive the grand finals tickets, which will be this year in Bahrain during December. Chen Ping Hao is a little behind, and Roger Young is right behind him, and that is his championship contender, and they are separated by, I believe that is 3 points. That separates the two drivers of Chen Ping Hao and Roger Young. And so that is why Roger Young is closing in on Chen Ping Hao, who will take it for the Asia Trophy round number 4. And Chen Ping Hao in second position, ahead of Roger Young. The two drivers in contention for the championship will have to fight it out in the final. And 18 laps left in this race. And obviously Scott John Howard, a very comfortable lead. And easy for him to take the win this time around. If Chen Ping Hao and Roger Young start having a fight, it's Scott John Howard in first position, Chen Ping Hao in second. There's still Chen Ping Hao is actually closing in on Scott John Howard. Chen Ping Hao last lap. This lap was actually 0.2 faster than Scott John Howard. And so Chen Ping Hao will give it all he can to fight, or at least keep up with Scott John Howard. We know Chen Ping Hao is not quite the aggressor to attack on anybody just yet. Well, to be fair, Chen Ping Hao is the smarter driver. Knowing he has the championship somewhat secured, he'd rather finish second and claim some points than to make a move for first and maybe cause an incident. So 17 laps in this race. And Scott John Howard still leading from Chen Ping Hao in second position. Roger Young in third. Ang Yi Tang in fourth. Scott John Howard is leading by 0.6 of a second. Chen Ping Hao in second position. And Chen Ping Hao's last lap was a 50.980, 1/10 faster than Scott John Howard. Chen Ping Hao employing DRS, human DRS, and Scott John Howard is still leading the race from Chen Ping Hao. And Roger Young initially seemed close to making a move on Chen Ping Hao, but it seems like maybe Chen Ping Hao is a little bit faster than Roger Young. All four cars are still running close with each other. The game of catch and run again. And it's a very long game of catch and run, 15 laps. Chen Ping Hao made a mistake there into the right S. And Roger Young almost capitalized on the mistake. But here we go, car number 578 of Roger Young 2/10 ahead, 2/10 faster than Scott John Howard, and 3/10 faster than Chen Ping Hao last lap around. And the enemy tag and Roger Young actually running faster times than Scott John Howard and Chen Ping Hao. And Chen Ping Hao is giving it all the beans to run away from his championship contender Roger Young. And Scott John Howard having an easy run in the final. Roger needs to up his game if he wants to catch Chen Ping Hao and make something happen in the final here. 13 laps left in this race. Scott John Howard still ahead. Chen Ping Hao is closing in again one more time in sector number 1. Has a look behind for Chen Ping Hao into the right 100R. Heavy brake zone down into first gear. And then out, shooting out of the left U-turn into second gear. Shift down again to first. And then into second gear one more time before shifting down to first for the final corner. And then back into second one more time. So Scott John Howard, Chen Ping Hao, and Roger Young all in close proximity. Oh, Chen Ping Hao has gone wide. And he has just let number 578 of Roger Young pass for second position. That's his championship contender. Chen Ping Hao has just let Roger Young snatch away the championship. What is going on between these two? Yes, Roger Young has, if the points stay like this, Roger Young will be leading the championship from Chen Ping Hao for the Asia Trophy. A very weird incident for Chen Ping Hao. And in front, oh, Roger Young, contact with Scott John Howard. And Chen Ping Hao is now leading the race with Roger Young in third. What has just happened? Roger Young trying to go for the move on the inside. Climbs over the curb. And that just sends him into Scott John Howard. And up and over goes Scott John Howard. And a spin from Scott John Howard. Not sure if that card is straight anymore. But Scott John Howard is still running his race. And that cut seems to be quite alright, other than the broken nose. So Roger Young. It's going to be very interesting to see what the stewards say with the incident between Roger Young and Scott John Howard. But car number 539, Scott John Howard is now from first all the way down to fourth position. And Chen Ping Hao is now leading the race. Well, definitely something I didn't expect to happen there for the TD2 Wax Masters final. That will be definitely reviewed from Chen Ping Hao, reviewed between the incident with Roger Young and Scott John Howard. Up in front still is Chen Ping Hao in first position, followed by Roger Young in second. Roger Young has just passed Ung Tang. Ung Tang in third. Scott John Howard in fourth. But a very late lunge from Roger Young in the Mickey Mouse, the left S section of the track. And we will see Scott John Howard maybe chasing his way back. But at the moment, Roger Young 2/10 faster than Chen Ping Hao. Uncle Roger will be chasing down Chen Ping Hao very, very soon. He's the fastest man last lap around on the DD2 Max Masters final. 8 more laps to go in this race. Roger Young still chasing down Chen Ping Hao. Chen Ping Hao has just gotten the dream he wanted, never having to pass Scott John Howard whatsoever, because Roger Young did that for him. So car number 5, 6, 7. That's Chen Ping Hao. Definitely having an easy job. And Roger Young seems to be closing in a 10th a lap. And so then by the time Roger Young has closed in on Chen Ping Hao, he'll be right on the final lap where Roger Young will be on the rear bumper of Chen Ping Hao. So that Chen Ping Hao, very patient driver. I believe he even let Roger Young pass in the first couple of laps, knowing Roger Young was faster. So either that was team orders, which I don't think so, because Roger Young and Scott John Howard both from Shastas RL. Rule number 1 of racing is don't hit your teammates. But luckily for Chen Ping Hao, he moves into the lead of the race. Roger Young is now chasing down Chen Ping Hao. Last lap around, they both did a 51.0. So Chen Ping Hao definitely in the likable standards of winning the final for DD2. %25 of the race left to go now. 5 laps left. Ung Tang is in third position. Scott John Howard is running all the way into the 51.7, so something definitely wrong with his kart. There's Ung Tang in third position. Still not quite close enough. Roger Young did a 50.9, 3/10 faster than Chen Ping Hao. And now that the case is like this, Roger Young may have just enough time to reel in the race leader, Chen Ping Hao. Roger Young is still chasing down Chen Ping Hao. 1/10 faster last lap around. And the gap last time was 0.489, 4 laps to go. If he reels in a 10th a lap, that will be just enough time for Roger Young to make a move on Chen Ping Hao. But that is considering if Roger Young is at least a 10th faster than Chen Ping Hao each lap. Roger Young is fast, but he still needs to be a little bit more consistent. Oh, there we go, 2/10. Roger Young was faster than Chen Ping Hao in that last lap, and 3 laps to go. The gap is 3/10. A 10th a lap will give Roger Young just enough time to make a move. Roger Young will need to do so because that is his championship contender, Chen Ping Hao. Jumping Cow has a look behind. He's fully pushing. But Roger Young is still in second position, closing in again and again. Two laps left, and Roger Young has not put in enough work to reel in Chen Ping Hao. They were running both in the 51.2s. 2 laps of racing left, and Roger Young is going to try to throw one up the inside, and Chen Ping Hao goes for the switcheroo. A beautiful move from Chen Ping Hao, and Roger Young, that was a dive bomb and a half for Roger Young. Oh, here we go again. Roger Young, absolute dive bomb into turn number 8 to take the race lead on the final lap. And that was a dive bomb and a half from Roger Young. He's definitely got the balls to pull off such a move for Roger Young. But now Chen Ping Hao is right on the tail end of his championship contender. Chen Ping Hao is right on the rear bumper of Roger Young. Will he send one up the inside again? Roger Young goes defensive. Chen Ping Hao is going to try to go for the switcheroo. Not quite yet. Chen Ping Hao going to go for the switcheroo one more time. Oh, something flew off of one of his carts. And Roger Young on the defense still. Chen Ping Hao will not have enough chances. He's going to go for the switcheroo this time again, but it will not be in time, and Roger Young will win the race from Chen Ping Hao in second place, Ng Tang in third, and Scott John Howard in fourth. But we will need to see if there was any steward's decision on the move between Roger Young and Scott John Howard as we go into the highlights of the Max DD2 final. Your unofficial results for DD2 is Roger Young, who wins the race from Ping Hao Chen. Third place is Ang Yi Tang and Scott John Howard in fourth position.
Everything is okay. The job is just to commit on him. Okay? Yep. Yesterday was a bit obvious. Okay. Right? And it came a bit too much for my liking. Okay. So I don't want to see that.
left side of So we are back at the commentary box, and on your front row of the grid is Toby Gale and Luke Armstrong, and on the second row he is Toby Gale's cart number 323 in the Burrell cart, and behind the Gale brothers is the Gale brothers, Toby Gale in the Oak Power shirt, and on the left side is cart number 388 Luke Armstrong. Hello, Luke. And then on the second row is Austin Gale, cart number 331. Hello, Austin. Followed by, in fourth position, Panyagon Aram Rasami. Hello, Mayu. Then on the fifth row of the grid is Rashad Anantakan, followed by Daniel Harris Jaggi, and my old mechanic Lunchai. Then in seventh position is Siri Kongsiri, car number 383. Hello, Med. Followed by number 8 is Tanapop Warakit Superchok, car number 933. Then on ninth position is Krish Gupta, followed by Yeho Nathan Mosh, the Singaporean driver from Simon Racing Team. And here is Migat Solkarinen, the Malaysian driver, followed by number 377 of Dayang Ibrahim bin Dayang Amalek, the Malaysian driver. And then here is car number 348, Jenny Bibinet, the female driver on this grid. And lining up next to her is car number 333, Tanmay Kathari, the Indian driver. Right behind him is car number 321, Nishimura Sotomu, that is Goki, followed by car number 345, Zachary Chaichan Boyce, and car number 353, Harith Zarrell O. Oh, you can't find the camera. There we are. Hello. Followed by car number 18, Krishay Goot. Best of luck for the Indian driver Krishay Goot. And very happy and delighted to see a variety of nations joining our field in Rotax Max Challenge Asia and Thailand. So here we go for the senior final with Mr. Philip Saw, the race director, personally commanding the senior grid. 1 minute ball comes up. And I have a feeling it'll be an interesting start to this one on the front row between Toby Gill and Luke Armstrong. And Toby Gale is a very fierce first lapper. Let's see what Luke Armstrong can do to counter that. I had a short conversation with Luke Armstrong. He was talking about how he was being bullied by the two Gale brothers. So we'll see how this one plays out for the Senior Max and Max Smashers, where they will be having their final heat of this weekend. And the formation lap is underway. For the final race of this weekend too, actually. On the first row is Toby Gill and Luke Armstrong, the Thai and Luke Armstrong. Then on the second row is Austin Gill and Panyagonaram Rasami. On the third row is Acharat lining up next to the Malaysian driver Daniel Harris Jaggi. And then on the fourth row is Siri Kongsri lining up next to Tanapa Warakit Supachok. On the fifth row is Krish Gupta lining up next to Yehonatan Mosh. On the sixth row is Megat Zokainen, followed by Dying Ibrahim bin Dying Amalek. On the seventh row is Jenny Bebenet, followed by Tanmay Kathari. And then Nishimura Tsutomu, followed by Zachary Chaichan Bose. And then on the ninth row is Harith Zaro O and Krishay Gut. Here we go for the formation lap. And Toby Gill controlling the speed of the train of carts. We'll see what happens on the front row on the first lap between Toby Gill and Luke Armstrong. And here we go for the start. And Luke Armstrong all the way to the left. He's going to go to the outside line. Not going to work. Austin Gill, oh, contact in the back. It was deemed to happen this weekend. And that was between car number 367 of Krishay Gut and 361 of Yehonatan. And Toby Gill and Austin Gill now in the front. Luke Armstrong, Ratchet sends it up the inside. Oh! Someone goes off flying. Into the background there. Never seen that happen before. Oh! Jenny Bibinet being turned around by Zachary Boyce. And the two gets it going. And so much contact happening in the final race of the weekend. And maybe I can do a quick rundown of your top five. So there is definitely Toby Gill and Austin Gill, followed by Ratcharat into third position. Fourth is Luke Armstrong, followed by Ratcharat Anantakan, who dives down the inside. Panyagonaram Rasami dives down the inside of Luke Armstrong. And Luke Armstrong defending. Here's the replay of what happened. On the first lap, the contact between the middle pack was initiated from, there we go, driver on the inside, turns around in the middle pack, and the cars behind are collected. Here's another shot of what happened. A turnaround from the middle pack, and the drivers, three of the drivers spinning that. Russia Atlantican dives down the inside of Luke Armstrong, and there's a car in the background on the left side of your screen, jumping the old motocross track. And here is when Jenny Bibinet spun on her own. So very interesting contact between drivers. And here is Austin Gill in second position, defending from P3. Car number 331 is on the defense from the car behind. And Ajrat is doing anything he can to try to get in front of the car number 331. He has a look behind. And Austin Gill still in front. But this is definitely giving Toby Gill the run he needs to check out of the race. He looks behind. Austin Gill is going to defend from Rajarat. And now we have a three-way fight for second position between Austin Gill, Rajarat Anantakan, Panyagararam Rasami, and Luke Armstrong, who is going to be slowly closing in. Panyagararam Rasami dives down the inside. And Rajarat has to fight back. And Austin Gill defends again. Rajarat goes down the inside. A very deep and dive move as Austin Gill falls down into fourth position. Panyagararam Rasami contact with Rajarat. And Austin Gill gonna dive down the inside. And Luke Armstrong is going to get the advantage of this squabble. Oh, things aren't looking well in the middle pack of the senior final for Austin Gill. He's falling down the order. For Toby Gill, he is leading the race comfortably. In second place is Rajarat. Austin Gill goes down the inside. Contact between the two drivers of Austin Gill and Panyagararam Rasami. And Austin Gill going to try and move his way forward again. But Toby Gill still ahead by 2 seconds from second position. Third is Luke Armstrong. Fourth is going to be Sidney Kungsuri. Fifth is Daniel Harris Jaggi. But so much action happening in the senior final. Some replay footage would be nice for the Senior Max and Max Masters final to see the replay of what happened between car number 331 Austin Gill and some of the action that has happened behind. And car number 318 is Panyagararam Rasami, who had contact with car number 331 Austin Gill. Fortunately, both went into the grass. And Austin Gill will be looking to move his way back forward again. Here's the replay of what happened. Austin Gill sends one up the inside. Oh, he actually has a bit of a push from Krish Gupta. And he completely goes straight into car number 318. Not sure what happened there between Austin Gill and Panyagararam Rasami. But some interesting stuff in this race. Toby Gill ahead though. Rajarat in second, Luke in third, Sidney Kungsuri in fourth. Fifth is Daniel Harris Jaggi. Sixth is Tanapor Warakit Superchok. And seventh is Krish Gupta, followed by Migat in eighth, Nishimura in ninth, and Austin Gill in 10th. But up in front, up in the mid-pack is car number 343, Migat. So Kanan battling it out with Nishimura. And here on screen is car number 333 of Tanmay Kothari. Car number 343 of Migat being closed in by Nishimura Tsutomu. Nishimura in 9th position, fighting with car number 343 Migat for 8th. And Nishimura going to dive down the inside here, not quite yet. Here's also the fight between car number 328 of Daniel Harris Jaggi and the 933 of Tanapor Warakit Super Choke. And Tanapov has a look. Daniel Harris-Jaggi has a look behind, and Tanapov is right there behind. But here now is big at car number 343 and 321 Nishimura. And Austin Gale is slowly closing in the two drivers 343 and 321 of Miget and Nishimura Tsutomu. Austin Gale is right now in 10th position, and here's the fight for 8th, and it'll start to become a three-way fight for 8th position. Oh, a bump from Nishimura Tsutomu, and Austin Gale chooses to go the long way around. There's contact between the two drivers. Punching going around Rasami. He's able to move forward 2 positions, and Austin Gale muscles punching going around Rasami out of the way. Austin Gale elbows out in this race. Talk about elbows out in the senior final. And that is the definition of Austin Gale in this final. So Toby Gale in first position. Second is Rajra Anantakam. Third is Luke Armstrong. Fourth is Siri Kungsri. Fifth is Daniel Harris-Jaggi. Here on screen again is car number 333 of Tanmay and up in front is cut number 328 of Daniel Harris-Jaggi fighting with Tanapov, and Tanapov is in proximity to make something happen here. Maybe a dive down the inside. Oh, Harris-Jaggi going a little wide. Tanapov will get the better run out of the back straightaway. He's going to go for the switcheroo, and car number 328 covers it perfectly. But there's a little run from car number 328, and Harris-Jaggi. Oh, Krish Gupta very impatient there into the last corner, puts his nose in on Tanapov, but nothing too severe. Tanapov is still on pressure from Krish Gupta. Krish Gupta still trying to find his way around. But Tanapov in car number 933 is having a look behind Krish Gupta, points to go forward and catch Daniel Harris-Jaggi. And car number 933 of Tanapov Warakit Super Choke chasing down Daniel Harris-Jaggi. Daniel Harris-Jaggi has a look behind ever so often. And Tanapov still there. Tanapov has the difficult decision of either to catch Daniel Harris-Jaggi or to defend Krish Gupta. Oh, he goes wide, Daniel Harris-Jaggi. And I have a feeling Krish Gupta might send one up the inside of Tanapov. There we go. And they rub a little bit of rubbing between side pod and wheel. But Krish Gupta gets it done. And one more position gain for Krish Gupta. Tanapov falls down. And Krish Gupta has his eyes set on number 328 of Daniel Harris-Jaggi. Here is cart number 328 of Daniel Harris-Jaggi. Still under pressure from the new contention, Krish Gupta for 5th position. And cart number 328 of Daniel Harris-Jaggi doing an incredible job to defend from different drivers. Krish Gupta gonna get the better run out of the left U-turn. There's a little bit of a contact between the two drivers. Krish Gupta is on the outside line. Tanapov. Krish Gupta is gonna send one up the inside. And Warakit Superchoke's gonna fool both of them. Warakit Superchoke, beautiful move to sit one up the inside. And Krish Gupta is absolutely fooled by Tanapov Warakit Superchoke, the master driver. Tanapov Warakit Superchoke now ahead of Krish Gupta, Daniel Harris Jaggi, and Nishimura Satomu. And Tanapov Warakit Superchoke goes defensive into the right U-turn. 4 laps left in this race. And Austin Gill in 9th. Panyukor now works his way into 10th position. And, the two drivers are separated by a 10th, 1 second. And up in front, Toby Gale is slowly being reeled in by Ratcharat Anantakan. But Toby Gale still has a comfortable lead of 3 laps and a lead of 1 second. But for the Senior Max and Max Masters, they get to go all out with a new set of tires for the final. Three laps to go in this race now. And here is the battle between Megat Zulkarnain in 11th position. And in front, there's still Tanapov Warakit Superchoke being pressured on by Krish Gupta. Warakit Superchoke still there. Krish Gupta seems to be a little bit faster with 2 laps to go. And Toby Gale comes around to receive the final lap board for Senior Max and Max Masters. And here is the final lap. Warakit Superchoke only has to defend for 1 more lap. He has a look behind. Krish Gupta not close enough to make anything happen here. And so Tanapov Warakit Superchoke lives to breathe another day. And Krish Gupta is right on the end as Nishimura Satomu sends one up the inside of Harris Jaggi. And Harris goes down the inside. Nishimura is going to lose a few positions. Austin Gale jumps into 8th position. Toby Gale wins the race for Senior Max and Max Masters, followed by Ratcharat Anantaka, Luke Joshua Armstrong in 3rd, Siri Kongsuri in 4th, Tanapov in 5th position, 6th is Krish Gupta, 7th comes home Austin Gale, 8th is Nishimura, 9th is Daniel Harris Jaggi, and 10th is Panyikon Aram Rasami. But Toby Gale wins the race for the Senior Max and Max Masters final. There will definitely have to be some steward increase for this race as we head into the highlights for Senior Max and Max Master. So here is the results for the Senior Max and Max Masters. The unofficial result is Toby Gill, who wins the race from Rachran Alantakar, Luke Armstrong in third position, Siri Kongsiri in fourth, Tanapop Warakit Superchok in fifth, Krish Gupta in sixth, Austin Gill in seventh, and Ishimura Satomu to finish in eighth position.
with the post-race interview, and we are here with second place on the senior final, which is Rashad Anantakan. I'll be interviewing in Thai and translating into English. สำหรับผลงานวันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกผมรู้สึกภูมิใจในตัวผมมากครับผมที่ผมสามารถทำผลงานได้ในรอบเป็นรอบแรกออกมาอย่างดีแล้วผมพอใจสำหรับตัวผมเลยครับ
แล้วสำหรับการแข่งขันรอบนี้เราเตรียมตัวยังไงบ้างเอ่ย
ก็จำข้อมูลเก่าๆครับผมที่ผมเคยได้เก็บข้อมูลไว้แล้วก็การปรับตัวของผมนั่นเองครับ
สำหรับการแข่งขันรอบนี้ขอบคุณใครบ้างเอ่ย
ก็ขอบคุณทางท็อปวันมอเตอร์สปอร์ตเลยครับที่ให้สนับสนุนผมด้วยนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณทุกคนด้วยนะครับผมแล้วก็ขอบคุณเป็นอย่างสูงกับพ่อแม่ผมด้วยครับที่สนับสนุนผมจนถึงตอนนี้เลยครับ
โอเคยินดีด้วยนะครับ and a big congratulations to Ratcharan Anantakat for finishing second in the senior final. He was saying he was very, very proud of his result in this category. And definitely after some big struggles that have happened in his previous events, even though he's not into championship contention, still a pretty decent result for him. And also he would like to thank all his supporters as well. Now we go on to interview our race winner for the Senior Max and Max Smashers, Toby Gale. You can hold on to that. Okay, so how do you feel after the entire weekend in the overview perspective?
Honestly, is it here? Honestly, I'm quite happy with the result. You know, we've worked hard as a team and, you know, results are really starting to pay off. Obviously, we didn't have the greatest of pace, but, you know, with all of the work throughout the team, we managed to make it work in the end.
With you guys being so close between Luke and you and also Otto, who is closing in very fast, how do you manage between your pace and also managing other paces of other drivers to make sure you're in front?
I think it's just being aware of my surroundings really, you know, it's a long race, so what I did was I saved my tyres and used my tyres when I needed to.
So, who would you like to thank? Obviously, after a very awesome result from you, who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my parents, Austin, and the whole team for all the effort throughout the weekend.
A great job from you, Toby Gale. As we move on into the last interview with Luke Armstrong, the Singaporean driver. How was your race?
It was a little bit hectic at the start. The outside's not very good here, so I think we fell down to P5 or 6 and then made our way back up. So I think we were P3 or something. So it's not bad.
Yeah. Most of the race, you guys were just catching and running from each other, right? There wasn't much action happening. And the same question for Toby as well. What are some strategies you use to manage tires in this race? Obviously, Mira is a high degradation track.
I don't know, I just kind of push hard and I think if you drive properly, the tyre just looked after, so yeah, not really much to be honest, just try to catch back up after the start.
Any takeaways from this race?
No, it was good, the pace was good. We got a little bit unlucky with some of the starts, but otherwise, I think it was a good weekend overall for us.
Yeah, you were very fast into qualifying, but some moves in some heats push you further back, but very good result from you, Luke, and one of the older drivers in this series, still competing very, very well. Congratulations to you as well for third position. And so here is the post-race interview finished for the Senior Max and Max Masters, and we will go into the highlights for the entire event for Saturday and Sunday, of course for round 4 Asia Trophy, round 3 Thailand, before we have a short break before our celebration in the podium for the top 3. Thank you so much for joining for us today. I'm Bosapat Kechari, and I'll see you for the podium ceremony. 5.55.
Bye.
on the cart.
race comfortably in second place is Luch.
how it show me how it needs to be a little bit. gum shock. I'm gonna try to send it up the inside.
5 laps to go.
category so fast.
Proud of
much back.
There we are. Crochet boots. Coming out of the 100 eyes. Looks around, gonna go for the move. She's gonna have a look down the inside. Has a look down the on. I believe that's
doesn't go defensive, but Tatsufoke Vengeance set doesn't go.
Alright ไม่ติดอ่ะ
Alrighty, we are go for the podium ceremony, and first up is the Thailand Championship, and for the Micromax, 5th position goes to Nutsarang Rangrattanako. And then in 4th position is card number 35, Callan Chelsea. In 3rd position is Ishan Swarup. Then in 2nd position is Jun Karato. And your winner for the Micromax is card number 78, Shinapat Mechibuti. Can you please get Mr. Sinipong to present the trophies to the drivers, please? Sinipong.
นี่แหละประเทศไทยไม่ใช่เหรอเขาก่อนเหรอเอเชียก่อนความรอยสทตามหลังจากชื่อได้ครับอันนี้จูซีเดี๋ยวเขาจะขึ้น
จูซี Rookies in 5th position, card number 89, Siravit Siri Thoradako. Then in 4th position, card number 99, Thantach Yuvasak Kunkrai. In 3rd position, card number 9, Nutsarang Rangrattanako. In 2nd position, card number 35, Callan Chelsea. And the winner for Micro Rookies goes to card number 6, Ishan Swarup. Could you please get Stuart from RAT, Stuart C, Mr. Sinipong, please.
Palat Tanjapong. And then in fourth position is Papasaton Silapa Baleng. In third position, Pirapopan Sutamno. In second position is Patapo Gao Ganjanaset. And the winner of the Mini Max goes to card number 177, Tarat Betchabuti. The mini rookies in third position is Palat Tanjapong. And then in second position, Papasaton Silapa Baleng. And the winner for mini rookies is card number 177 again, Tarat Betchabuti. Again, could we please have RAT Steward B, Mr. Terasa? Junior Max, and in fifth position, is Pan Saksam Songchai. Then in fourth is Kitsinantapat Bunyarat Kalin. In third position, Nado Im Japanya. In second position, Puksit Klomanjong. And the winner for Junior Max is card number 202, Panu Sian Mongkong. Can you please get race director, Mr. Philip Saw. For the junior rookies, in fifth position is Jamie Ambrose. In fourth position is Pan Saksam Songchai. In third position is Kitsinantapat Bunyarat Kalim. In second position is Nado M. Jipanya. And then the winner for junior rookies is card number 264, Pumsit Glamajong. I get the race director to present the trophy to the drivers. Mr. Philip. Yeah, Max. In fifth position is Nishimura Sutsomu. And in fourth position is Siri Komsiri. In third position, Luke Armstrong. Hey, Luke Armstrong changed face. Then, in second position is Racharat Anantakan. And the winner for Senior Max is card number 323, Toby Girl. Please get race to it, Mr. Poonpan, to present the trophy to the drivers. Hey, this one is Mini Nishimura. Luke Armstrong. The Asia Trophy. And in third position is Ishan Swaroop. In second position is Jun Karato. Hi, Mimi. And the winner for Micromax is car number 78, Chinapat Vechamuti. So please get Dr. Shalanda Shoptit. To present the trophy to the drivers. This is ผู้อำนวยการกองบริหารและประเมินผลกีฬาอาชีพ Next in for the Minimax in third position is Pinapongpan Sutamno. And in second position is Patapol Gao Ganjanaset. And the winner for the Minimax is card number 177, Tanawat Vechamuti. So please get Dr. Shalanda Shoptit, the ผู้อำนวยการกองบริหารและประเมินผลกีฬาอาชีพ The Junior Max, and in third position is Nadal M. Jipanya. And then in second position is Pumsit Glomajong. And the winner for the Junior Max is again card number 202, Panu Sian Monkong. So please get Dr. Shalanda to present the trophy to the drivers.
We have Uncle Luke Armstrong again. And in second position is Rajarat Anantakar. And then the winner for the senior match is card number 323, Toby Gill. For first the Asian one, card number 933, Sarapong Warakit Super Chok. Please get Dr. Chalanda. A round of applause, please. And in second position, Ung E Tang. And then the next winner for Max DD2 Masters is Chun Ping Hao. Can we please get Dr. Chalanda? Was the podium ceremony for the Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy Round 4 and Thailand Round number 3. We are completely finished for the Asian Trophy Championship, but for the Thailand Championship, the next event will be October 11th and 12th. So I hope to see you guys there. Thank you so much for tuning in for this race weekend. I am Vongsapat Khetri, your host commentator. Thank you so much and have a great day.